Hello. Hello. Goodbye, everybody. I've got to go. Gonna something. Motherfucker. IB Kegels, hello. How's it going? Also, let me know if you can hear like a fan or something. There's like I've got a fan on. Just let me know if it comes through the microphone or not. I'll probably maybe turn it off before I start recording, but you know how it is. Is that even... No, it isn't connected. Very good. Alright, let's get dicking into it. We are sticking it. Badger, fan is inaudible. Awesome. Even like when I'm speaking, can you like hear any noise? If I go, is there like any white noise behind it or anything? Right, let's do... What's it called? Voronoi. As data storage? Question mark? Yeah, nothing. Awesome. Paleo-conservative Australian. Nice name. Don't you do this full-time gig? I do. I do YouTube, Twitch. Well, YouTube Live and YouTube, just YouTube. As well as like I do odd jobs outside of the internet, very rarely. And then I do a tiny bit of like commission / contract work. You know, if someone really needs help with something. I'm happy to step in for a little bit for short-term jobs. Otherwise, this is all I do. All I do is think. Therefore, all I am is am. Right. So I had a thought. I was thinking at some point. So you know how I've got like I'm thinking of doing this big grid for the world simulation, which I probably still will use because it's the most like effective way to, you know, clump stuff to get like to do relevancy. But I was also just thinking, like, doing, like, a Voronoi graph would be really good for other things. But then I just don't know how easy it is to store, or, like, to check if something is within the bounds of a Voronoi cell. I mean, all you need to do is know which other points are its neighbors, and just to do, you know, X amount of distance checks to them. Or distance squared checks, which would be cheaper. And then you know if it's in that cell. But then it's like, okay, well, how do we know where to start? Well, you could put the Voronoi points in the grid, right? right. Yeah. What's the benefit of Voronoi over just a grid? See, that's the question, right? I mean, like, I'm just thinking, it might be good for things like rivers, if, you know, like, so that you can't cross a river, or like, you know, an agent or an entity can't cross a river without, like, you know, without getting wet, or without, you know, movement penalty or something like that. So I was just thinking, like, yeah, that could be an interesting way of doing it. You know, you could just check, here's this cell, here's that cell, separated by a river. But then we'd also have to, and also just for things like because the benefit of Voronoi is that it's sparse, or like it, you know, it's variable density. So if we wanted like a swamp area, and we wanted to simulate characters moving slowly through the swamp, rather than needing to trying to think. Right. Rather than needing to fill all of the grid spaces in the swamp with a movement penalty, you know, modifier, whatever, it could just be one Voronoi cell that just says, hey, you move slower here, you know, there's mosquitoes in here, there's a population of blah 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 in here. But that could also just be done with just a volume of like a you know, a non-square volume. Or something, you know? Like we could just check something, I don't know. Try skewing the points on a grid to deform around things. That's a pretty interesting idea. The benefit of it being a grid, though, is that it's like two operations to look up the grid coordinate. Because, like, if the grid is in world space, in, like, you know, XY, it's literally just get my XY coordinate, multiply it by the cell size, and then, no, divide it by the cell size, round it, or floor it, I can't remember, and then multiply it by the cell size again, and that will give us, well, actually, no, you wouldn't even multiply it again, you'd literally just divide it by the cell size, and then you've got your XY grid coordinates, and then you just have to do, like, this modulo that, and you get your array entry in the grid object. That's the benefit of just like a pure grid, like no other bullshit and whatever. And if you wanted to do like nested grid, like, you know, you've got regional squares, blah blah blah, then you look that up first. You look up, okay, what's my position divided by, you know, the big grid square size, and then if you need the other one, you look up that one, and, you know, depending on how big the search radius is. So I still want to do grids. I just don't think it's going to be the only component for the sort of world, you know, like macro simulation, blah, blah, blah. I could just do rivers as splines and just check, did we cross a, you know, are we trying to path through a spline, like a river spline, and then, you know. I did fix a VS problem, and I know exactly what caused it. It was that the what's it called? Some stupid file was in the VS, the VS 2019 folder. It was in, what was the fucking thing? It was some stupid file that was in the old one. I could have, so I ended up doing a full, I uninstalled everything Visual Studio related, including the installer, and then it still didn't fix. So I had to do, like, I had to become a true hacker, and I had to go to the registry editor and edit the registry for whatever the fucking thing was. I don't know, some bullshit, but it all worked out. So I could have fixed it without reinstalling, but I'm glad I reinstalled anyway. I still can't package the plugin, but I can build the C++ files for the project. The plugin packaging thing is a bug that a lot of people have been having with 5.3.2. So I'm just gonna wait, you know, before I actually package the plugin. I can still, like, send it to people as just a zipped folder, but, you know, because there's no actual C++ files and shit. Polysoft. Hendy. How was the stream? I mean, I was literally just there, so... Can I do the... Oh, I can't do it in my chat. Hold on. No, I can't... Yeah, I can't do it in this one. It won't let me. Fuck. I was gonna do that emote. Good. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Thanks for the raid. Giga Chad. We are currently... Don't know. We're just thinking. Just thinking. RPG, with Voronoi, you would just use a jump table instead of the modular stuff. What is a jump table? Is that just a mapping of what grid spaces belong to what Voronoi segments? I don't know. I don't know if Voronoi is the way to go, purely because it's like it's going to be an authored world. Like, the world isn't going to generate around the Voronoi stuff, but rather it will be, you know, like a hand-placed river, blah, blah, blah. We just have to figure out, you know, navigation-y shit from that. Which might just be each grid space knows that the spline is in its grid space, which is, you know, fine. And then whenever we path to, or path through that grid space, we just check, hey, like, there's a river in here, let's just check that we're not, you know, crossing through it or whatever. And then you could do, like, yeah, there's a bridge that crosses the river, so we're gonna go to the bridge, cross the bridge, and then that bridge is its own locational node, which can be like, oh, there's bandits holding up the bridge, you know. That kind of shit. But yeah. Felt a disturbance in the graph. Hell fucking yeah. Alright, well, first things first. It's plugin time, baby. When is it over? Soon TM, soon TM. Also, thanks for the water. Wow, water. There you go. Hope that was watery enough. That makes up for the past 3 that I've missed. It's never over. I mean, it kind of is never over. I mean, like, it's finished, but, like, you know. So my first plug into Marketplace yesterday got a few problems back. Ooh, what kind of problems? Just, like, structuring problems, or... Check the, yeah, absolutely. You could even just post, I don't know if you want to post it in chat or not, but, right, let's get some balls. Piece of shit. Yo, we ballin'. Yo, any balls in the chat? Excuse me? What do you simulate? This here is a fluid / deform simulation. This is like a graphical simulation. What we're talking about though is a world simulation for a video game. This is just I guess this is also for video games, but just for the visuals and stuff. But yeah. Oh, no, don't. Oh, you son of a bitch. Well, off it goes. Oh, wait, no, there's one in here. Yo, we ballin'. Yo, Jesus be ballin'. I need to get better Twitch TV emote stuff. Like that plugin, that extension, I mean. Because I don't use it. All of like not the plugins, all of the emote names I just know by the text. Like K-Kona. Or like Pepe Hands. Or fewer than 5 basketballs in a row. Is a classic emote. It's just 4 basketballs in a row. Fewer than 5. Rightio. Boop. In it goes. Yo, Jesus do be ballin'. Feels okay, man, Tita. Yeah, maybe. That could be good. Because you know how I am. I wish there was a way to do, like, self-aware vertex groups. Like... But you'd have to multi-sample. Oh, unless you... No, that wouldn't work. Oh, no, it wouldn't work. Oh, unless... No, it wouldn't work. It wouldn't work, trust me. Trust me, bro. Also, I want to prevent that. I want it to only do sideways deform. Well, no, it would usually bend over from that point, so that's probably fine. Automagically? Alright. Cool, cool. Oh, nice, nice, nice. Let's have some checkity checks. Holy shit. Please provide written documentation. Ugh. Platform allow list, stream match to the supported target platform's product page. Yep. Yeah. Source on header files contain a commented copyright notice with publisher name, year of publishing. Okay, fine. So comment at the top with the publisher name. Well, I don't have code files, so YOLO. Plugin generates no errors or consequential warnings. Plugin failed to compile errors. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. Product title does not contain subjective language. Cool. Cool. Didn't need document. Yeah. It's just bureaucracy. Oh, good, Polly. Have a ripper. Have a bloody ripper. P for the poodles. All right. Now, there is one thing that I wanted to add, which was gonna be a... What the fuck are you... Oh, that's debug stuff. That's fine. Yeah, so one thing I wanted to do, which was... all of the that's all the Niagara stuff. Yeah. All of the all of these things here. The collection should be a variable and the parameter name should be a variable. Not that, though. Just the material parameter collection ones. Because, like, there's a weird limitation with material parameter collections where you can only reference 2 of them in a material at any given time. So, like, if I've got my own frickin' material parameter collection here, some people might want to, you know, just have their own environment variables, blah, blah, blah. So I'm going to do this. This is material param collection. The default is going to be a Prismatiscape one. Yep. And then the name is, well, let's just do category MP-She. This will then be fuck, what's this one called? Deform position. This is deform RT location. And its default should be deform RT location. There you go. So I just have to go through and do this for all the things. Yeah. Yeah, and then I was thinking, like, I could do a data asset with all of the settings and shit. But then it's just like, you know, just make a child class of the manager and set all your own settings on that. I think that's just easier. Yeah, because I need to say in the documentation, like, don't fuck with it unless you want to fuck with it. But, like, you know. Like, if you make changes to the base class, when you update the plugin, they're gonna get overwritten. So do it in a child one. And that goes for, like, everything in it, you know. What are you... That should just be wind location current. But that needs to get set back here like the others. Sarah 3D, hello, hello. How is it going? I've just been thinking about this simulation system all weekend, or like the past... It's Monday. The past day since I haven't streamed. So I'm very... I've just been thinking. You know, just thinking, man. The Pokey and the Man. And Good, thanks, how's your day going? My day is going good. Thank you. I've just begun being productive, and it's 11:30 p.m. But that's fine. Wind, RT, location. That poor reroute node, yeah. Yeet. Gouda, how's it going? Gouda. Gouda cheese. Get it? Like the cheese? Called Gouda? That's you. It's not even a joke. I don't know. I want to ask, when you are going to be implementing NPC sim, could you add time elapsed since NPC unloaded if doing an activity? It would be very nice for audio stuff. Let's say someone's playing an instrument, NPC gets deloaded. I want to be able to move the playhead to really... Yeah. That's like the... Yeah. There'll always be a time since activity started, because like it's all a projected thingo. So yeah, you'll be able to actually, if they're playing something and the music stops playing because you've gone off screen and then you come back, the resume function for that activity or that thing, I guess activity kind of makes sense. Yeah, it would just be like, okay, how far elapsed is the thing? Move the playhead, you know, start the sound at X thing, for sure. Yeah, I don't know, I'm just excited to write it all. I mean, like, I say that, but like, I'm gonna be not saying that within like a few days, but like, I don't know. I think just having a really cool system like that is gonna be pog. Gonna be poggers. Alright, let's see if they are all good. Yep. Blah, 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 blah. That is the thing. Let's just make sure everything still works. Mm-hmm. 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 What's the other thing? The surface stuff, which is the this. Do you know the distance would be when they get unloaded? There's also a problem going back and forth. If not rendered, have problems with audio stuff where cut off the second the player left and felt weird. It will be some distance. But we can keep playing the audio even though the actor is unloaded, if that makes sense. Because we might, like... Yeah, because the object, or like the character object, will still exist. It's just that their actor will be unloaded. But their character object will still be, you know, moving around and talking to other characters and battling and all that kind of stuff. In theory. Or you know, like... You know? Grace of the sounds. Yeah, true. I also think like the grid system might come in handy in that regard, or just like the way that things are defined in general, because they have to be like super abstract when they're like unloaded. So like a river is just a spline until it is a river. I mean, that's kind of a bad example, but like a point of interest, like a church way off in the distance with a bell ringing, is just a point of interest on the map, or like on our map, like, you know, unloaded. But we could still use that as a soundscape thing, or just have a sound there that plays periodically. One thing that I don't know how I'll do it. No, I guess the objects can just get constructed at runtime and then, or loaded from disk, because the state would be different for different play sessions and whatnot. So like if the church got blown up, then that person's, you know, that player's church object in their world would, you know, its durability would be nothing and blah, blah, blah. I'm just thinking like on the initial, I guess we would initialize the world when someone begins game, which would go through the entire world, generate the object for that data, and then begin the simulation. I don't know. Figure that out later. I do need to look into saving and loading at some point, because, like, I've never done it. And I don't know how hard it's going to be with just Blueprint. Chichi Mono. YouTube randomly suggests me, what is this, bro? This is a plugin that I've written for world interaction and stuff. It's all GPU based. It's based. So it's very efficient. It's also very accurate. And yeah, it's designed for video gamers. Well, video game creators to use. Yeah, this is, I've been working on this for like the past. Why is that? Oh, it's those damn puddles. You know what? I'm gonna fix that right now. Materials, reads. Water. Multiplied by blah, blah, blah. Right, I see. That should be going into there. Silly me. You saving in game instance and a save game object, I believe, then save from anywhere to the game instance with get a game instance save. Gotcha, gotcha, gotcha. But what's the what's like the format? You know? So like there's the save game object. How does that sort of, like if I wanted to save, let's say 100,000 objects of like different types with all their current variables and stuff, which, you know, may or may not be different and whatnot. Can you just save an object itself? A struct wouldn't be too bad. I'm just thinking, can I just like literally save the object with its references and just rebuild it all and relink them and stuff? Nia Nerna, hello, hello. Good question. Let me just jump in a map that has a character and also the cell shader. These variables we want inside the save game object. Right. Oh, right. So like an array of. But can you save? Can you save an object? Like if I saved an object in an array in the save game object, that would only be saving the references to the object, right? It's kind of talking about the best way to find the closest Voronoi cell. You can use a KD tree for that. It's kind of like more general quad tree, but storing it in the grid, like you said, is also an interesting idea. I also agree that there might be reason to use Voronoi. Yeah. I was just thinking like it could be interesting, like we've got this grid that all the objects subscribe to, or you know they when they move they say, hey, I'm in this grid space, so then we can just check relevancy and, you know, without iterating through 100,000 different entities every time, you know, a wolf wants to look for a rabbit. We don't have to loop through every single thing. We can just say, oh yeah, let's search your quad first and then the others and just see if they're within the radius. But then I was also thinking, like, on top of that, it could be interesting to do just for like environmental data, like, oh, you know, this is like a weather region or something. Well, I imagine the grids are going to be bigger. Let's just say, like, okay, yeah, like, this is, like, the desert. Or, like... Or even just a way to, like, be like, yeah, like, the sun is more sunny in this area than this area. Or, like, you know, even just something like temperature. Or, like, climate zones or something. I'm just thinking, like, how can we be like, oh, you're in there or you're not? Which, I don't know. I don't want to have to, like, go through and paint all of the grid cells. Kind of. I mean, like, I could if I had a good editor tool that could just paint grid cells and be like, oh, yeah, let's define this as this biome or something. But the main thing was, does each cell need to hold its own, you know, temperature and its own wetness and its own, you know, sun exposure and its own blah, blah, blah for every cell? Or do we just have one object which has the thing, the data, which, you know, which covers all of them? Which this could just be a volume. Or like an enclosed spline or something. But then it's like, how do we query that? Well, yeah, no, okay, let's assume it's like an enclosed spline. And we're just saying, oh yeah, this, you know, whatever. As long as any grid, and let's say it's got a fall off as well. As long as any grid space that is within that knows that it should reference this, then it can be like, because like this one here doesn't need to get the weather modifiers from this, you know, it only needs to get the one from one that is relevant to it. So I guess if we just do a build beforehand and be like, yeah, this grid space has a you know, has a list of any modifiers or like environment object or something. Like that. Because then we can say, yeah, this region has, it's raining. But in this region, it's like sunny. And then these grid spaces just point to the weather or the, you know, the terrain, blah, 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 I guess. Each tile could have its world position stored, then that would be checked to see whether it should be modified somehow. So, yeah, so each tile... Well, actually, each tile doesn't necessarily know its own world position, but... they're all a fixed size, which makes them super easy to look up. So, like, you know, oh, my character is at coordinates... 372, 351. So, and we know each of these grid sizes is 100 each. So we just divide by 300. Yeah, no, sorry, divide by 100, which gives us 3.7 and 3.51, whatever. We floor that, or truncate it. No, we floor it, definitely. Which just gives us 3 and 3. So then we know that, oh, this is at 3, 3. So it's like, yeah. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, blah, blah, blah. Truncate moves to 0, so that works as well. Oh, yeah, no, Truncate would work, yeah. I'm thinking of frack. I was like, no, frack would not be what we want to do. Yeah, and then I was also thinking about, like, is it worth doing nested griddies? Do the griddy. But it's probably not really worth it. Like, because these are going to be, like, I don't know, maybe 25 by 25 meters. Like, they'll be big. They'll be pretty big. Maybe like 100 meters per, like, you know, grid. Because I was also thinking, like, okay, if we, rather than go through and update all of our sims or all of our entities or whatever, just like through their order that they're entered in the array, we should probably go through region by region and maybe grid space by grid space within a region so that they, you know, so like, let's say we've got a city that takes up these grid spaces here, so we're not updating across the world, and then we just update everyone in the north of this city and then this part of the city, because like time will elapse. Time elapses while we're updating entities and stuff. So I'm thinking, like, if we've got a regional definition of, like, oh yeah, this is region 1, and that, you know, that is this cell and these cells and blah blah blah, we can iterate through the cells within the region and update all of the entities within them in like one big batch, and then move on to another one and blah blah blah, and then any like straggler ones afterwards. Just because, yeah, if we did it just in order, then, like, if a character wanted to move from the top of the city to the bottom of the city, then, you know, there could be like a minute in between this guy and this guy getting updated, which means that, you know, he wouldn't have been able to interact with that guy. So I think definitely doing it in clumps is a lot better for, like, the off-screen interaction kind of stuff. I was also thinking of a good way to debug everything. And I reckon just using billboards is probably a good way to go. Like billboard components, because billboard components can get culled, like, visually, whereas I'm pretty sure debug lines, even if they're off-screen, don't get culled. They always get drawn. So I think actually using, like, billboards with icons and stuff will be good for debugging. Especially because we can give them different icons, like, oh, this is a character icon, and this is an item icon. And this is like a point of interest location icon and blah, blah, blah. Anyway, someone was asking about combos. Combos. Yes, so let's look at combos. So the way that my characters, the way that their combos work, it's pretty, like, involved and requires, like, custom animation-y stuff. What's the O for object? My main piece of advice would be to use long blend times. So, like, long blend out and long blend in. Mainly, like, do I have a slow motion button? I do. So I would set the blend time to blend in until the weapon is at its like here. Like, that's how long the blend time is. And then the blend out should be basically as soon as the hit has been swung, you want it to start blending out. I've gone one step further with this animation system because it's built around like having 4 idle poses. So there's like, you know, right-hand side weapon forward, and there's an array of attack animations that can be used from that stance. Which means that they always line up really nicely. Like it's always going from this position to another position and that kind of thing. So that means that I don't need to have as long blend times, even though I do. Like, I do have long blend times, but I technically don't need them because the animations are all custom made. But yeah, I'd just say long blend times is probably, if you're using marketplace animations, then yeah, long blend times is just the best way to go about doing that kind of thing. That would be my advice. Also, my internet is like rooted. What the fuck? Can I like not GOG Epic Games Launcher? Discord wouldn't be updating, would it? I'm gonna have to lower my bitrate. Rest in peace. Right, we're going down to 2K. God, my internet was so good all day. If I switch from left to right, I want my animation to be from left to right, for example. Try that. Yeah. I mean, you could set up, you know, if you've got a bunch of animations that go from left to right and a bunch that go from right to left, you could set up just a system that chains them together like that. Just, you know, just using left and right. God, what has happened to my fucking internet? I'm triggered. I am triggered. So hit detection, not collision box, things like. Yeah, it's a bunch of sphere traces. Mainly, just kind of for. They're sort of cheaper in some ways, and also because the weapons have different hit zones, which is just easier to do with hit sphere or just traces in general. So like the tip of the weapon deals different damage to the blade of the weapon depending on the attack type and whatnot. Like, if you stab at someone and just, like, the shaft of your spear rubs against them, it's not going to do anything. Whereas if you stab them with the tip of the spear, then they get stabbed. Oh my god, what is wrong with my internet? What the fuck? Alright, we're going to go down to 1.5 kilobit. Let's hope it can handle that. Maybe I'll just quit Discord. Let me just see if someone's laptop is downloading an update or something. I'll be right back. All right, we're back, and the internet seems stable. Hashtag stable. Is Tracer generally cheaper than collision box spheres? Yes, because collision boxes do... Oh, actually, I don't know. Like, is it... I guess a collision box always exists, right? Like, it's always there, whereas a trace is just a single query. Traces are also limited to basic queries, like, I think a box trace... Can a box trace rotate? Yeah, no, it can, it can. I'm guessing they use, like, the same underlying system, but it would be that collision boxes are using traces under the hood to do stuff. So you're probably just better off using traces. Because, yeah, a collision box... And I'm pretty sure collision boxes do sub-stepping. Or maybe that's just physically simulated stuff in general. I don't know. Oh, my internet. What is it doing? Fuck, it's hard living in a third world country like Australia. All right, let's go even lower. Down to 1,250 kilobit per second. Let's see. Audio video slightly out of sync. Is it the internet? It would be... Because of that, you need to refresh your page. And it should fix itself. But yeah, it would be because it has, like, buffered and whatnot. Or maybe I just talk funny? Anyway. Let's do our thing. You just completely bit crush the stream for today? Yeah, I was thinking that. I was thinking that. Do we want to do this with or without the cell shader? I feel like the cell shader kind of makes it look better than it is. Fuck it, we'll do it with it. It's kind of easier to see the interaction with the cell shader. Am I right? Oh, but I'd need to change this. If I was gonna do that. So many sounds. Ah, true. True. All right, what do I need to do in this plugin video? Well, this is the intro and setup video. Put actor in world. Or the manager actor. Put... We'll just set up RVT volumes with the right RVTs. Put component on character you're done. That's it. That's literally... That's it. That's it. We'll go custom components, override, shapes. Talk about culling maybe, like how it culls the things. I'll also do in here, probably first. What not to touch, so that updates work. I don't really need to talk about culling. Yeah. Right. We need an overview. What it does do. What it doesn't do. Let's just come up with a list of things that it doesn't do that people are gonna expect it to do. Replication. Duh. Worldwide persistence. What else does it not do? Individual simulations like Fluid Ninja. Cheap. Looks good. It doesn't do physics / CPU reading shit. That's a very important one. Like, oh, does the wind affect, like, physics objects and shit? I mean, I shouldn't say it in that voice, because it's a pretty valid question, but... But it doesn't do that. It does not do that. It doesn't do buoyancy. This is not a buoyancy thing. Fuck off. Get your own buoyancy, you piece of shit. I'll say persistent trails. What else doesn't it do? Razor Cat. They are all outside. Although actually they might have been let in recently, so maybe they'll come and hang out, but yeah. You know how cats are. What is doesn't do, what it doesn't do. Ongoing support / features. I know that people are just going to be like, oh, is there like, can it do blood? Can it do the blood? Yeah. Does it do sound? That's a great... It doesn't do sound. Might do that in the future, though. No, no, fuck that. Not my problem. That's the user's problem. Sound should be done on the CPU, and this is only a GPU plugin. You would need to do like you'd have like a wind blast actor or component or something, which would do physics. You know, if the capsule touches a physics body, it'll apply a force to it, and then you do your sound like that as well. But then you would apply my system over the top of it. It doesn't do global wind / weather. Well, like it can integrate global wind and weather, but it doesn't manage global wind and weather. Yeah, true, the multi-level. Etc. How's the copyright? What do you mean the copyright for this? You buy it and then you can use it. That's it. System effects. I did persistent worldwide persist trails. Buy it and free to use it. Yeah, exactly. As long as you just don't sell it in its, you know, like sell it as is. All right, cool. Hello and welcome back to... No, that's not... What's this video? Congratulations. That's how we start the video, with a congratulations on purchasing the Prismatiscape Landscape Water GPU interaction thing. Right, how do I look? Look a bit dead. A bit dead inside. Also, I'll need to hide the chats. Sorry, guys. Sorry, guys. Mad luck. Cool. Oh, I look pixelated. Gotcha. I mean, I haven't dropped any frame. Maybe it was just temporary. Maybe I can put my output back up to 2K. Imagine that. Imagine. I'll just monitor if I'm dropping any frames or not. Yeah, it looks fine. Will we see this in the day before in a couple of weeks? Probably. Probably. They do love their assets. Oh, nope, nope. Down it goes. There goes our internet. All right, we'll try 1.5. Okay. My internet was like so good all day. Like fucking 30 megabit download and like 6 megabit upload. All right, it's stabilized. It's stabilized. I mean, like, I'm going to be recording it locally, but, you know. Remember to find the one guy in the audience who is nodding and focus on it. All right. Let me just check my recording settings. Output recording. Level 20. Yeah. Right. I think we're good to go. I can do a test recording. Hello and welcome to the... Wait, wrong video. Hello, test. 1, 2, 3. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And now we look. Hello, today. That was 375 megabytes. Hello and welcome to the... Wait, wrong video. Hello, test. 1, 2, 3. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Good. Oh my god, the fucking resolution. I mean, the bitrate. Why is it so bad? Hopefully it improves. It might be rain. Maybe it's raining outside, so that's why the internet's so bad. You guys know how it is, you know, when it rains and you just can't use the internet because it's raining. So QC level. May as well just... Yeah. Bogan internet. Get wet, it go down. That's right. That is correct. At least the sound... Yeah, true. The sound would be fine. Alright, well, we'll try upping the internet later. Let me just get on my cushion. If you guys just squint, it will look really good. Right, do I look like a plugin person? Do I look like someone that you would buy a plugin from? Maybe I'll have my head forward like that. Oh fuck. Like if you were if you were considering buying the plugin and it said, look here for a demonstration, and you saw me, would you be like, oh, No, not giving this guy my money. He's not getting my $29.99 American. Just go far away. Exactly, exactly. All right, well, we can probably get started then. Should I do a demonstration video first and then a congratulations on your purchase? Here's how to set up the plugin, blah, blah, blah. I feel like just an overview video is like, is good. Is relevant. Like that just shows this is what the plugin does. Yeah. What do you guys reckon? Like when Torres for the final stuff first, so yeah, exactly, exactly. Oh, why am I so off center? Oh, no, no, no. Hold on. Shit. Wait, I can control. No, no. No. Wait, no, I'm not. There we are. Is that right? It is. Now I can't click off the... There it is. Can I get my little... Right. It's Twitch chat. My little black bar for the... thinger. Taskbar. Cool. Oh, this also isn't... This is... I need to be in small person mode. In square monitor mode. Imagine having a fucking square monitor. Yeah. Oh. OBS. Hello. Consider those that don't have a lot of experience. Video showing how to simply set up with the person. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Well, I'm just thinking, as a demonstration video, like before you purchase the plugin, as just like this is what it does, this is what it doesn't do. You know, if you think this is right for you, then go ahead. If you've got any questions, let me know, and I can answer them. Thanks for watching. Like, literally just a 5-minute demo video. And then we'll do the how to set it up and how to make changes to it and customize it slightly and that kind of stuff. As though you have bought it already. So they'll all be like 5 to 10 minute videos. And then I have to actually do like a devlog about making it. Or like a devlog about making it, because I made it. Cool. Yeah, nice, nice, nice. And behind the scenes, and then a behind the scenes on the devlog. Exactly, exactly. See, now we're speaking the language. More grid, lamo. All right, cool. All right. We begin. I don't actually do a warm-up like that. It's kind of cringe. Hello and welcome to the Prismatiscape plugin demo. I've already ruined it already. What's this called? An overview. The overview video. Hello and welcome to the Prismatiscape plugin overview video. You as the viewer of this video may be considering purchasing the plugin, and I'm here to tell you why you should or shouldn't. So, jumping straight in, what does this plugin do? Well, if we move around, you can see we've got some cool effects. If we move over here, more cool effects. Wowee. If we move over here, even more cool effects. Over here, we've got heaps of cool effects. And this is on any scale. Look at it go. Incredible. Over here, we've got a few more cool effects. And then over here, we've got like a whole field of cool effects. Wowee. Lastly but not leastly, we have some more cool effects. Like this, you know? Or like that. Or like this. Or like that. Or like this. Or like that. Or like this. Or like this. Or like that, you know? You know what I'm saying? Pretty cool. Pretty cool effects. Wow. Wowee. So I hope that has convinced you to purchase the Prismatiscape plugin. How was that? That's it, right? I thought that was pretty good. Take my money. Yeah. Now, so how do we want to structure this? Basically, I need to explain what it is. So, what is the Prismatiscape plugin? Well, it is a locally bound global interaction system. Using the Niagara Grids 2D paradigm, and the output is a render target that can be read in any material, or any particle even. So if we start blowing wind around, we can actually just look in our render targets, and you can see we have this wind render target, which just gets read in a material as a texture, like any other texture, and we can tell a material to do a bunch of stuff. For example, we can... Let me just move over. For example, we can tell some foliage to jiggle around in the wind. So wherever there is wind, jiggle. Pretty basic. We can tell grass to bend over in the wind. You can see I've got a little explosion happening here. So we do this. The grass blows in the wind. Very cool. And there are multiple render targets that have multiple different purposes. So, for example, this one denotes the long-term deformation of the ground and/or foliage. Hold on. Wait, why are you like that? No. No, that's fine. That's fine. This one here is the water surfaces. So if I, oops. So if I punch this water with my little clicker, you can see that we see the water as just, or the water ripples as a texture. Very cool. Yep. Oh god, that music's so loud. Hold on. Now, one thing to keep in mind is that this is a local simulation that follows our point of interest, aka the player in most cases. Could be the camera in other cases. So as we leave, everything gets lost, which is usually fine. So if you're looking for something that can do persistent trails along your entire world, this isn't going to do that. But what it does do, it does extremely fast and performantly. Sorry, I'm just picking my nose. So let's just fire through a couple of the features or the use cases of, this. Yeah. So let's just fire on through a few. So let's just fire through a few of the applications of this plugin that I've come up with in this demo test level. So for example, we can use the wind over time, which is the B and A channels of the wind render target, to displace the UVs of a texture. That's how we get this kind of mist effect. So if we start running through the mist, you can see that it is affected by, the direction that we're kind of pushing it around. Secondly, we have puddles. Now, this puddle is just a material effect. It doesn't have a mesh or anything. Purely material. Where's the fucking... There it is. Yet, we are able to interact with it. And you can also see that, if I press the puddles button, our puddles have accurate boundaries at all times. So, you can see that these ripples aren't just kind of crossing over here. They're actually kind of moving around the surface of the puddle as water usually would. See, we're now getting these ripples that are, traveling up here into this body over here. And when we're not on a puddle, we're not going to be creating ripples at all. This is all done on the GPU, so there's no traces, there's no, reading from a texture in the CPU. It's just all done behind the scenes. All right, over here we have an example of particles reading from our render targets. So these leaves are reading from the input render target. So wherever we are moving, we are saying, hey, change the velocity of the particle. These also react to the wind render target. And they are bound by height. So the wind is only going to affect them when they're close to the ground. So if the leaves go like way up in the air, they're not going to be affected by this, by, the wind effects. Yeah, sorry for the bit rate on the stream. Now, in addition to that, we can use some world position offset on our particles, so that if they are on a water surface, they can actually bob up and down with the ripples. This is just doing a height check using a runtime virtual texture that just checks, is the particles material near the water surface? If it is, then we apply the same world position offset that we apply to the water, to the particles. So that's just a little bonus. All right, here we can see that we have a field of reeds. And these reeds are reacting to what I call the interaction bubble, which is a more large/medium sized interaction. Usually you'll just have one of these bubbles per character. And essentially it just makes things move out of the way. But if you move fast, it will apply velocity to, you know, the... how do I put this? But it also writes the velocity of the bubble to the render target, and the material uses that velocity to determine if it should be wiggling. So if we're standing still, these have moved, but they're not jiggling. But then if I like jump up in the air, they're all gonna wiggle, you know, because my velocity is more than 0. Let me just do a tag there. We're going to further change the character color so we can see it looks like grey blob with this bit, right? Yeah, that's fair. I mean, I am recording it at a super high bit rate. I mean, when the character's moving, that's kind of what matters. But yeah, no, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. All right, next up we have some general foliage interaction. So these bushes here, you can see that we're actually pushing individual verts using our interaction bubble, as well as bending the pivot of the bush using that same bubble. But these are also affected by the wind. So the wind can push the individual verts around, but if the wind hits the pivot, it will bend the bush over and apply like, you know, a jiggle, like an overall wiggle, like this. We can see these smaller looking sapling things. They are slightly affected by the interaction bubble, but they actually, but these ones are actually reading from the smaller deform mask. So what our grass is also reacting to. So we can actually step on this and have it sort of permanently squished over. Now keep in mind the, look at that later. We also have this little fella here, which is using the foliage squisher, which will squish down when we are on top of it, as well as if we run over it, it will squish individual verts downwards. This one's useful for like ferns and stuff. You know, foliage that you would be standing on top of rather than pushing aside. So that's nice to have. And we can also mask the height. So if you've got trees, we can blow the leaves of the trees, but we can restrict the, you know, the jiggling of the leaves and stuff to the lower section of the tree. So if you've got a really, really tall tree, you wouldn't want these wind effects to be affecting it all the way up the top, because this is simulating wind close to the ground rather than, you know, it's not a three-dimensional system. It's a 2D projection. Right, over here we can see that we can assign things to block wind. So obviously you wouldn't want wind traveling, you know, inside houses and stuff. So we can just set these to draw to, you know, a runtime virtual texture, which is saying block the wind. And so if I just shoot wind at this, you can see that it is not letting wind affect things behind it. So very handy, very nice to know. And this also brings us to the grass. So the grass is reacting to the individual bodies of the character. So if this character ragdolls and falls over, the collision will be accurate to that character. I might actually increase the bendage of the grass. Oh, it's fine, it's fine. Now, another cool addition is that if the grass has been trampled in one direction, you can't untrample it by just running over it in the other direction. So it's not going to, like, kind of stick to the feet and just stick back up as we run over it. We can eventually get it to stick back up by reversing it and whatnot. But it's only when the grass or, you know, this deformation mask is low enough or, you know, weak enough that we can actually move the grass in the complete opposite direction. You can usually... we can always move it to the side. We can, like, kind of redirect it, but we can't just make it kind of stick to our feet and come back up like this. Or at least it's harder when it's fully trampled. Cool. Now, another thing that we could be using this for is for ground cover. You can see that as I move, my feet push, you know, these dead twigs and leaves around. You know, it's just a nice little bit of extra interaction that you can put in your scene, as well as react to the wind. So if the wind is high enough, we make them jiggle and kind of rise up in the air. The leaf effect is a bit janky. It was kind of just a test, but, you know, there's a lot of things that you can accomplish with just a few render targets. Wow, look at them dance. Cool. Is that just low? All right. Right, moving on. We have some water. So the water supports reflections, like ripple reflections. So the ripples will actually ripple off the boundaries of the water. The boundary of the water is determined by a runtime virtual texture, our favorite. But there's also a few other things like the wind. The wind will just create noise. So you can imagine, you know, if a character shot an arrow over a body of water, then we would get these nice, smaller, noisier ripples. As well as, you know, if there's like an explosion or something, then we would see, you know, some ripples on the water. And that's all just passively done. That's just one render target, you know, being read from another render target, and that's it. Very nice. Cat, can you hop off there, please? I'll get you. And lastly, but not leastly, the water can also affect the foliage. So the foliage can just read from our water ripple render target. And we can just say, you know, when they are disturbed, they jiggle. It's as easy as that. So again, that's just another kind of weird extra thing that we can accomplish by... So that's just another, you know, extra little thing that we can accomplish by, you know, utilizing a few render targets. And no, but then... I have to actually do this. I have to talk about the fucking puddles and stuff. All right, hold on. Let me just move up here. Cat, hop off there. You better not get inside my light. I'll get very mad. How do the puddles look? They look pretty good. Okay. We also have... we also draw... Pardon me, I just burped. We also draw to a surface render target, which is like a coarse sort of footprint slash deform render target. So useful for things like snow and sand, mud, and all that kind of stuff. One thing to note is that if it is raining and you've got puddles and whatnot, you can actually use this to create more puddles. So if I, draw here, you can see that we've created a puddle. And this also affects the boundaries, when we're rippling our water and stuff. So you can get some really, immersive effects from utilizing this render target. You can increase the resolution of all of these simulations, but keep in mind that the higher the resolution, the more it's going to cost at a flat cost. You can also scale the input resolution separate to the simulation resolution. So more... Bleh. Cat. Move, please. So if your scene only has a few characters in it, you could use a higher resolution in both of them. But if you're planning on having, lots and lots of characters and lots of interacting objects, then you'll probably want to have as low input resolution as possible. And then the simulation resolutions are just like a flat cost behind the scenes. I don't think I missed anything. I think that's it. Let me just go through the things that it doesn't do. All right. So what doesn't this plugin do? Well, it isn't replicated, so there's no way to guarantee that both players are seeing the exact same, wind simulation. However, you can replicate the inputs to, the system. You can replicate when wind gets drawn or where the wind input is. So that one's all on there. The other thing is, it doesn't need to be replicated. It's purely a visual effect. You wouldn't want all of your falling leaf particles to be replicated. That's just asking too much. And it's not relevant. The other thing it doesn't do is worldwide persistent trail. So if you're expecting, I can run from this town to another town and then see my footsteps all the way back to this other town, that's not what this plugin does. It's purely a local simulation. It also doesn't do individual simulations like Fluid Ninja. So if you're expecting, like Fluid Ninja we have at home, that isn't what this is. This is a purely 2D projected general interaction system. It doesn't do... But keep in mind, even though it is a local simulation, it is always following the focal point. So it's always going to follow you around, and you're always going to see within, your distance or within your line of sight, you're always going to see, the interactions happening. The other thing it doesn't do is physics. So the wind simulation isn't going to be readable by physics objects. At least I haven't implemented myself. You could read from the render targets on the CPU, but I wouldn't recommend doing it. What I would recommend is doing it coincidentally. So you spawn a cylinder. So you spawn, a cylinder collision that is your wind, your wind object, and you apply a force while also drawing to the wind input. So that way they coincide with one another, and it's good enough. This doesn't do buoyancy. It's not a buoyancy system. I don't know why you'd think it is. The ripples are just, capillary ripples. They're not actually supposed to be like waves and stuff, so I don't really think that's super relevant. This system doesn't deal with sound. So, if you've got wind blowing your foliage around, it's not going to play any sounds. It's purely just the visuals and the wind simulation. Again, you could get around this by doing that same method that I described with, having your own collision capsules, and, if the capsule overlaps with foliage, you play the jiggle sound. Cat! Psst, hey! Get down! Cat's fucking around with all my electronics. I'm back. Did you guys hear that? That buzz sound? Anyway. Down. Naughty. This plugin also doesn't manage your weather for you. So it's not going to manage your, is it raining? Are there puddles on the ground? Anything like that. It does have things that you can change with your weather system. For example, the puddle mask and all that. That will need to be integrated with your systems. And it also, lastly, does not support multi-story or there. And the last limitation is that it doesn't support simultaneous multi-story platforms. So if you are, in your project, able to see the bottom floor and the top floor, and you've got foliage that you want to interact on both levels at the same time, then you're out of luck, because that would require a 3D simulation and or multiple simulation, grids. It can do one and then the other separately. You can toggle between them by riding the platform to the height RVT, but it can't do both of them simultaneously. So, if you liked what you saw in the little demonstration, and you have a spare $29.99, then check it out. No, what's a better sign-off? So if you did enjoy what you saw in this little demonstration and none of those limitations are deal breakers for you, then consider buying the Prismatiscape interaction plugin. Thanks for watching. How's that? Would you buy it? Would you buy it? I'd buy it. Fuck it. Consider showing how to create a spell projectile that has a wind effect, and maybe even how to make a new custom simple render target. Yeah, well, custom render targets is a bit... I'd rather they don't do that, because it means that, like, updating the plugin is going to be a nightmare, because they're going to have injected all of their own stuff. But yeah, making custom components to write to the render targets is fine. feel like anyone that wants to like, yeah, to be a separate video. Exactly. Shavi, do we fix PSU? Yes. Yes, yes. I'm all powered up now. With lots of disclaimers. Yeah, exactly, exactly. Pornage, hello. How long have you been developing your game? I don't know. Since I started GameDev, so like 3 years, but I wouldn't really call it developing the game, really. I don't know. It's still just my learning project. It's always my learning project. Yo, look at this ball. Yo, we got some balls. Any ballers? Yeah, Jesus be ballin'. Also, sorry for the bit rate. Let me just make it chill for a sec. Wish I can develop games but too smooth-brained. I don't believe that. I don't believe that. If you can type that whole sentence, you can develop a game. You might lose some buyers over sounding intimidating and get started with, so showing some example of how to do stuff like projectile might be with you. Yeah, that's true, that's true. I mean, I'll start with, like, yeah, how to set it up. And implement it. And then also explain all of the material functions that are inbuilt. Or, like, the example material functions. What are you doing, naughty girl? Alright, let's move on to the next one. Also, I don't want... Oh, no, I do need that there for the runtime virtual texture stuff. Let me just do a quick commit. Just so I can delete all of the RVT volumes. Commit before doing plugin explanation. Yeah, actually, that's true. That's true. Mentioning that there's comprehensive tutorials. I mean, like, I'm not like super like marketing this. I feel like it's just gonna be word of mouth anyway. Like, people will be like, oh, did you see that Prismatica plugin? And they'll be like, yeah, I got it. How cool is it? Look at my game. My game is now AAA. There's one weird trick. I made my game AAA with 29 bucks. Or something. Let's just do a new folder called Demonstration Folder. Cool. Is that USD? Yes, USD. $29.99 USD. Or maybe $39.99 USD. I still haven't decided. But it'll like, I could do $39.99 USD, but put it on sale for $29.99 like all the time, kind of thing, you know? Because people love sales. But I don't know. Look, not being with you, time from a financial perspective at this stage, adding me to market. Yeah, I mean, like, it is what it is. I'm not really doing it for the money. I just want people to have interactive foliage, you know. I'm just sick of seeing games that just don't have this one weird trick in them. Otherwise, I'd price it at like $100, you know, if I wanted to break even on time and whatnot. But, yeah. But I want it to be a plugin that, like, people can buy and then, like, not use. Like, well, not use, but, like, not feel guilty about not using it down the line or something, you know? Because I feel like if you buy a plugin like Fluid Ninja, for example, you're pressured into using that for like as much stuff as possible to justify the cost of it. If you're an indie developer, if you're a studio, and you know, yeah, Fluid Ninja's $200, you know, it's like a tiny little cost. Then you know. Then very good. I feel like, I'll just say, you know, if you want to support the plugin further, or you want to support me and the plugin further, join the Patreon, blah, blah, blah. And I feel like Oilers will join the Patreon. Or, like, studios will join the Patreon. If they feel like, wow, this should be $100 instead of $29 or whatever. And then they can contribute, but I don't want it to be like, you know, you have to pay $100 just to have the privilege of using the plugin. All right. Hello and congratulations. Well done. You've purchased the Prismatiscape interaction plugin. Today I'm going to be showing you how to set it up in your project. So let's just jump straight into it. And we have our blank folder right here. This one's actually nested in the plugin folder, but just pretend that it's your folder. First thing we're going to do, we are going to right click. We are going to go new blueprint class, and we are going to click all classes, and we're going to look for the Prismatiscape manager right there. We're going to hit select. We're going to call this your project's Prismatiscape manager. Cool. So the reason we're creating a child actor of the, you know, of that class is so you can put all of your own settings on it. Now, what? Oh, hold on. I need to yeet the manager from here. I also need to delete the character. Hold on. Oh, sorry, the component from the character. Deform bubble. Off it goes. Sweet. So if we do this, we should see nothing happen. Very good. Blank render Taj. Very good. Oh, I also need to delete the runtime virtual texture volumes. Do I really want to, though? Also, how many are there? What's the tutorial RVT? That's not real. There we go, there we go. Make each piece of purchasable plugin, then you have to combine them to find the Prismatica. I mean, I had that thought of, like, doing every Prismatica system as a plugin that you could then buy or download or whatever. I mean, that's just, like, that's just kind of how I want to structure code anyway. Like, each module should be its own module. Right, where's demonstration folder? Okay. So let's get our Prismatiscape Manager, and we will just pop it into the world. Now, if we actually go into this, you can see we have... Right. You can see that we have all of our defaults in our Details panel. If you're not seeing that, you can go to Window, go to Details. Now, these are just all of our default variables, where we have things like our input resolution, the size of the simulated area around the player, our deform resolution, I need to make a lot of them private, actually. As well as, you know, our wind resolution, all of our resolutions, the material parameter collection that we want to be writing values to. So if you have your own material parameter collection, feel free to use yours. You will need to... You will... I'll fucking say that later. And that's about it. So, this is now in the world. Let's hit play. And nothing is... Well, actually, some stuff is happening because they're... Okay, wait. So, we've hit play and... Ta-da! Nothing is happening. Now, the reason that's... let me do that again. So, if we hit play, you can see that nothing is happening. And that's because we don't have our draw components on our character or on, you know, any of our objects and stuff. So what we need to do, there are a few default there are a few default components. So if you go into the Prismatiscape content folder and you go to the components, you can see that we have some components already set up in here. The parent component is draw component. All this component does is just say, I should be getting drawn, and it will subscribe itself to the manager. And then there are three other... Is it three? Yeah. Then there are three other children of that base class, being the wind components, the deform components, and the bubble components, interaction bubble components. Feel free to look through these. The only differentiation between those three classes is that they have a function called get wind capsules. The bubble has a get bubble location and radius, and the deform component has a get deform capsules. So let's look at... Yeah. So what... So, in order for our character to draw to our stuff, we're just going to go new blueprint class. We are going to go to deform character, Prismatiscape, deform component character. Hit select. This is called your character deformer. We're going to yeet into it. That's not supposed, is it? Oh, we could just literally give them... Yeah, no, you know what? Fuck it. No, it's probably best to do it here. Yeah. Okay. And now if we go to our character deformer, you can see we have some settings in here. Keep in mind, this is just another blueprint. So, you know, it might have opened like this, and we'll look at our settings over here. So by default, we have some bone chains. This basically describes a limb of the character. So we've got the head here, which is defined by the head and a bone that my characters have called the hair root. You might want to add a socket to the top of your head on your character and use that. And we also have the radius 10 to 15 units. So each of these is a bone chain. So for the arms, for example, we have 3 bones. We have the upper arm, lower arm, and the hand. And this will just draw capsules from that bone to that bone to that bone. And we also specify a radius for each of those points just in a parallel array because structs and maps are just really hard to work with. So we've now defined... So all of these are predefined. You may need to change them if you're not seeing them. And then we have the bone profiles, which just says which limbs do we want to draw, or which bone chains do we want to draw for... and these profiles just say which bone chains do we want to draw at any given time. So most of the time, your character, you only want their feet to be drawing to the ground. So if we look at the only feet profile, we can say, let's draw the left foot and the right foot. Now, there is a variable called the active... Where is it? Active profile. So you can change this at runtime so that, you know, it starts on only feet. But then when your character falls over or enters a body of water, you start to draw the full body. Or you could just have the waist down or something if your character is just like half submerged in water. Basically, the less capsules that you're drawing at any given time, the better the performance is. Where did all of my defaults go? There it is. Oh, can I? All right, back to class defaults, and oops. That's it. So let's jump out. Let's go to our character. Hello, player character. We're just going to add the deform. No, we're going to add the your character deformer. It is now a component on our character actor. It's going to automatically grab the scaly mesh. And you can see now we are leaving footprints. And we're also interacting with the grass. So these are things that are reading from the deformer. So these are things that are reading from the deformer render target. No. So these deform capsules draw to the surface and the water simulations, as well as the deform, render target for, you know, the grass and the lower foliage. Does that? No, it doesn't hit those ones. It will hit these. Yeah. Fantastic. So now all we need to do is start interacting with these bushes, for which we can just use the default component called add bubble prismatoscape interaction bubble component. We've now added that to our character. You can set the defaults per... Now, keep in mind, you can, instead of making a child of one of these components, you can just put it on an actor and set different default values from the actor itself, or in the actor itself. So we can say, okay, interaction bubble, radius, 100 is good. The height offset will get set. The height offset gets set manually if the component finds a capsule component to latch onto. Otherwise, you might want to specify that manually. That just means, you know, if your actor origin is at the pelvis of a character, we want it to be drawing at the feet of the character. So that will be done automatically for most characters, but if you're putting this component on something else, you might want to, you know, specify that manually. And aside from that, nothing. This is good to go. character is good to go. We are now interacting with the bushes. And the bushes jiggle, and everything is awesome. Everything is... Actually, I shouldn't sing that. Yeah. Well, congratulations. You are now using the Prismatiscape plugin. Now, there are a few other ways that we can draw to these render targets using some stuff called pulses. At least I call them pulses. So pulses are... also, yeah, the low bitrate is just my internet. I'm recording locally, but it's fine. It's just my internet is like fucking cooked. I can try putting my bitrate back up to like 2K, but I just have a feeling it's gonna eat shit. Let's see. No, it's not too bad. Hold on. You know, it's stabilized. It's stabilized. All right, we'll leave it at 2K for now. We'll try and... We'll creep our way up to 3K. If that is stable for long enough. Hearing the music on a separate audio track? Yes, correcto. This ain't my first rodeo, guys. Come on. I've got like fucking 150 videos on my channel. No, but thank you. I appreciate it. Do I want to... So the other way that we can interact with our simulations is using pulses. So for example, I have a reference to the Prismatiscape manager. You could do this through a subsystem if you have, you know, some sort of weather interaction subsystem or something. Or just on begin play. Oh, where are we? Or just on begin play, get actor of class, get the manager, save a reference to it, and then what we can do with that is, if we have a reference to our manager, we can add pulse, either deform or wind pulse at location. So this pulse data, we can go make, we can set a duration. I wouldn't recommend setting a duration to 0. At least 0.1 or 0.2 is good. The start time is get game time in seconds. I might have removed that from the time that you... this might not be there in the version that you have. I might just be doing it inside the function itself, but just in case. The strength curve, you'll need to look up Prismatiscape. We've got Pulse Burst, which is just, it starts at 100% and falls off to 0 over the duration. And then we've got the Whoosh, which is a kind of sinusoidal curve. It starts at 0, it smoothly goes up to 1, and then back down to 0. So let's do a Whoosh, and then the draw shape is a capsule start, location, and radius, end location and radius, start velocity and strength, and end velocity and strength. So these are all just vector 4s, which get passed into the Niagara system. And we can just go make. You see we've got XYZ. So the XYZ is the location, and the radius is in the alpha. And same here. For these ones... for these bottom two, the XYZ is the velocity, and W is the strength. So, here's one I prepared earlier. So, here's one... Oh, fuck. Where am I? So, here's one that I prepared earlier. I've got my cursor position, which, you know, I do in my own game. Because it's a, you know, top-down game. We're just getting the previous frame's position of it and the current position of it. Those are our locations. The radius is 15. The velocity is the previous minus the current, some factor, and then that just goes into our draw shape. The curve is a whoosh. The start time is game time in seconds, and the duration is very short. And then I'm just periodically calling add wind pulse at location and add deform pulse at location. So, if we just go into here, you can see that I'm adding... So, you can see here that I'm drawing these, you know, deform and wind pulses. And these aren't tied to any given actor. So, if you've got something like an explosion or something really temporary like, you know, when your character jumps, you want to add some whoosh. Then this is what you would use for that. And it can also work with the deform stuff. You know, as an example, let's add a little puff when our character jumps. So let's just go to the player character. Let's just go to our spacebar. We're playing jump. We're playing a montage. This is just very, you know, this is just for the plugin demo character. Let's just get our manager. We're going to add pulse at location, just a wind pulse this time. And we are going to make pulse data. The duration, 0.2 is fine. Start time is game time in seconds, which, again, you may not need to input. The curve is going to be a pris burst. And the draw shape is going to be the get capsule component. Oh, get capsule component. We're going to get the... Can you get feet? Get foot? No, okay. We're just going to get the capsule location. Get world location. Actually, does the capsule... Where's its location? Oh, it is the fucking root component, isn't it? Is the capsule... Let me just make another one. No, it's from the middle. Okay. Cool. Oops. So we're going to get the capsule component's world location. We're going to get its half height. So get... we're going to get the scaled half height, and we are going to... God, I wish there was a better way to do that. Get location... I swear it used to have a get location at feet, but anyway. So we're going to... So we're going to get... You know, fuck this shit. So we're going to get our capsule component. We are going to get world location. That isn't it. We are going to get world location. We're going to get the half height. And we are going to subtract a vector. I'm going to split that and put the half height into the Z. So we've now moved it from the pelvis to the feet of the character. That is going to be our X, Y, and Z. I'm just going to move all this over because it's getting very messy. Bam, bam, bam. The radius is going to be 50. It's going to be a nice big puff. We can put the same into both places. Now, for the velocity, we want the velocity to be pointing downwards. So when wind or the deform stuff's velocity goes downwards, it creates a vector field, so like omnidirectional. So let's just do minus 400 in our thingo, and the strength can just be set to 1. So then, so now when I press jump, not when I actually do jump, but, you know, obviously your gameplay logic will be a bit more sound than that. We are going to add a wind pulse at location. So if we look here, and we now jump, you can see that everything goes whoosh. We are like a superhero, or a very gassy person. Bam, jump, pulse, jump, pulse. Very cool. It's just that easy. Pause that. Oh, you know what I didn't talk about was the runtime virtual textures. That's another important setup thing before we actually start making the components. Let's just film now and put it, you know, that's what editing's for. Duh. Cool. Oh. Now, another important thing to set up before we get fully started is some runtime virtual texture volumes that are drawing to our Prismatiscape runtime virtual textures. So you will need runtime virtual textures and virtual texturing enabled in your project. And we are going to go to, in here, runtime virtual texture volume. We're going to drag that into the world. We'll just press G so that we can see it. You can see that this one is really small. You can snap it to your landscape and, you know, auto size it and whatnot, or you can just manually, you know, place it and size it. I've got some that I prepared earlier, so because this test level isn't using a landscape, you know, we're going to resize them anyway, so whatever. So here's our runtime virtual texture volume. Now, we are going to need 3 of these in total. One of them needs to draw to the Prismatiscape landscape height. One of them needs to draw to the Prismatiscape water height. And one of them needs to draw to the Prismatiscape water data. Now, all of these runtime virtual textures exist in the Prismatiscape plugin content folder. So you don't need to manually create them. And these are only really used for this plugin. You know, they're not... Yeah. Yeah, whatever. Let me just delete this tutorial one, whatever it was. Yeah. Great. Now, anything that you want to use as a interactable surface needs to be drawing to the height runtime virtual texture. So if we, for example, disabled this from the runtime virtual texture draw to, we just yeet it. Then our character is not going to be interacting with many things. Obviously, these ones are still interacting, whatever. So you can see that our character isn't interacting with these at all. They're sort of interacting over here because these ones are still drawing to the height map. and, you know, we're kind of near them. But for the most part, we're not getting any interaction because the way that we actually draw to our Niagara simulation is by comparing the mathematical positions of our predefined capsules to the RVT height map. So we're not using any traces, and we're not using any, you know, collisions or anything like that. It's all passive, it's all GPU based, so it's all thumbs up. However, you do need to make sure that your materials that you're using, so your master materials and stuff, are outputting their world position to the world height RVT output. Just so that if they do want to be enabled to the RVT, you know, height thingo, then they can be. So if we now go back to this plane and we say runtime virtual texture, we can now say pris landscape height. Bam. And if we now look, we're now interacting with everything. Everything is fixed. Nice. Now the other... Oh, wait, I'm in the fucking wrong scene. How long have I been in that scene for? I can probably just crop it out. It's fine. It's been like 4 minutes. Fuck. That whole thing about the runtime virtual textures. Should I do that again? Since the full screen camera... What was I... Oh, when I said capsules, blah, blah, blah. Oh, no, that's probably fine. That's probably fine. Yeah. We'll just continue then. So the other two runtime virtual textures are the water height runtime virtual texture, which water planes will draw to. You can see that the water has its own interaction height compared to the landscape. This means that you can have, you know, footprints and stuff underneath the water, or you can have foliage underneath or, you know, submerged in water that will react at different heights. It's pretty necessary. And then the last one is the water data runtime virtual texture, which is just used for things like excluding puddles and using vertex color to draw or exclude puddles from things. Not everything needs to write to the water data. Not everything needs to write to the water data runtime virtual texture. Anything, the default value is 0.5. So you can just ignore it completely if you're not using puddles, or if you don't need to make any exclusions or changes to the puddles. Right, and now that we have our 3 runtime virtual texture volumes set up, we are ready for the next step. Insert the first footage that we filmed, blah, 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 blah. I need to talk about the material functions, because that's like a whole thing. Material functions. Oh, Jesus, there's so much stuff to cover. Totally tubular, man. Yo, we're rocking. There's a cat whisker. Aren't cat whiskers good luck or something? Tickling. Ow. Ow, fuck, that's sharp. They hurt. Epic Dragonfly, hello YouTube. Well, you're not on the screen because we're filming video, so bad luck. I'll be right back. I'm gonna just have something to snack on real quick. And I might make a cup of tea, so we'll be back in like 5 minutes. Also, is there a cat? That is a cat behind me, right there. That's a weight, but that's a cat. Because I lift. Totally lift, you know. Anyway, BRB. Alright. We're back. We're back. Hello, hello. Oh, nice. Very good. Very good. Supfeed. Supfeed. Do you think there are major limitations within Unreal Engine? Depends what you're trying to do. If you're trying to do like a very high unit count real-time strategy game that's very responsive, then maybe. I mean, it does now have mass, which is like ECS, or, you know, data-oriented big batch processing on the CPU. So no, I'd say that it relieves limitations. I would say that it's very freeing compared to, I guess, something like Unity, where you've got to kind of install a bunch of different add-ons to just get kind of basic features, like, you know, physical animation is stock with Unreal. It's got an inbuilt animation editor. It's got inbuilt, like, it's got heaps of tools. You don't have to use all of the tools, but a lot of things that you would kind of have to find or make your own module for in another engine is usually just stock in Unreal. So RTS made Unreal, but they gutted the entire like game thread and replaced it with their own. So I think all they use is the Unreal rendering tech, which they're currently not utilizing to its fullest. And everyone's like, oh, is this like fucking mobile game? Yeah. It's like, bruh, it's got 2 years of development left. Of course it doesn't fucking look like a, you know, finished game. I always just tell people, like, look at the building models and the character models that are like done, and imagine the terrain in that kind of style, and that's what it will look like. Because I think a lot of people just say the terrain looks flat and bland, because, like, yeah, it does, because it's just solid colors at the moment. People need to chill out. People need to learn what a beta actually is, you know, closed beta. People nowadays, like, just think that, like, a beta is like, it's production ready, it's ready to go, we're just doing beta for, like, early access to milk money out of people kind of thing. Like, people think that that's what a beta is. And it's like, no, that's not. That's not what a beta traditionally is. If you want a beta, just look in the mirror, chat. Get it? No apologies. Then everyone plays with lower possible settings because of frame rate. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, that's like yeah, like StarCraft. Everyone would play on lower settings, not just for the not just for, like, extra frame rate, but for visual clarity. So that, like, a unit is basically just like a blob, you know. Fredex. Is there a game you're working on? I've only ever seen you working on this plugin. Damn. Yes, there's like a 14-part devlog series on the YouTube channel. You can !YT to look at the YouTube. And that should kind of bring you up to date with like the general vibe of the game. But I basically do like a full refactor every year. Because like I started making the game when I started game development in general. So, you know, I always go back and apply what I've learned by iterating. Because, you know, I've only been doing this for 3 years, so I am still learning, and I'm still wanting to learn. That's why, like, the game's never going to come out, because, you know, I'm always learning new stuff, and I want to try new things, and experiment, and apply new techniques, and all that kind of stuff. So anyone that's like, yo, why don't you just release Prismatica already? Like, they're kind of missing the point. Like, the point isn't that, you know, I'm making a game to make billions of dollars or something. I'm just trying to learn stuff, man. That's a beautiful coffee. Coffee chocolate. Mochaccino. Mocking chinos. All right, what was the last thing that I did about this? What was the last thing I recorded? Hold on. So the other two runtime virtual textures are the runtime virtual textures, blah, 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 blah. And now the time set up for the next step. Cool. All right, so we've got our character drawing to render targets, blah, 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 blah. People want you to release it in early access? True. True. I'll probably open source it at some point. Or like crowdsource development for it. I think that would be like really fun to sort of, you know, like a community built game. Like, this game was built by 10,000 different people. That's a fucking, that's a news. Fuck, what I haven't done marketing for so fucking long. What's it called? A news beat. That's a news beat. All right, let me just put our character. Why did the camera not follow him? I mean, like, it's gonna, but anyway. First game with 10,000 developers? True. Bloody true, innit? I might actually just make... let me just change this to... Maybe the walls should just be darker in general. Is game code generated by AI technically generated by thousands of devs? Ooh. want to hear a MIDI X-Files. True, true. All right, let's So, we now have our character and our objects and pulses and whatever drawing to our render targets. Let's now apply it to our foliage and or materials and blah, 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 blah. So, in the test level, if you go up to the top left corner, I've got a few examples of the inbuilt material functions that, you might find useful. So, we've got the foliage bender, which bends foliage, funnily enough, in a direction. We've got the foliage wiggler, which applies a sort of random bend in random directions from the pivot point and whatnot. We have the foliage jiggler, which is for like micro jiggle for the individual leaves and stuff. You can see there it do be jiggling. These bottom three are sampled at the pivot point, so only when the pivot point, hits it, they will jiggle. These ones up here are per vertex, so we just sample them using world position. So you can see that these leaves are interacting with the wind individually, and also if I run past them, only those leaves will interact. This is the foliage squisher, which squishes foliage down to the ground. Useful for like ferns and I guess like rubber plants and just general kind of ground debris. And then this one is the foliage pusher, which just pushes verts around, with our interaction bubble, and it will also apply the velocity to them. This one looks a little bit wacky on its own, but once they're all combined together, depending on, what you need your foliage to do, we start to get some good effects. Hold on a sec. But when they are all combined together, we start to get, foliage that actually looks like foliage and reacts like foliage. So they're meant to be used in conjunction with one another. Any kind of combination of them and whatnot. So, where are these material functions? Well, if we go to any material, for example, we can go to this material, the wiggler. We have our prismatiscape _ foliage wiggler. And you can see the inputs here. The wiggle amount is just, where or when we want this to wiggle. And we're going to drive our wiggle by using the interaction bubbles. That sound only half played. By using our prismatiscape sample interaction bubbles and our prismatiscape sample wind. So if you type prismatiscape, you can see all of our material functions. If you type sample, it will get the, the simulation render target that you want. And it will be automatically at the correct position with the correct UVs using the material parameter collection values that it needs. Now, a lot of these also require a mask of some sort. These masks don't actually get applied to the world position offset. You do need to apply them afterwards. So if we only wanted this to, if we wanted the tips of the leaves, if we wanted the roots of the leaves to stay in place, like this, we would need to mask that afterwards. The reason that we have these masks is so we can do time distortion. As a little example, let me just eat that. So as a little, I'm going to just flatten this because it's very annoying. Sample, blah, blah, blah. Normals. Flatten. Just get flat. It's just too visually noisy. Nice. Okay. Actually, I need to grab this. Oh no, it doesn't have a thing. Fuck. Let's just make a material instance of it. So, looking at our foliage wiggler, you can see that it is wiggling. However, if we go into the material instance, we can see that we have some settings. We have the wiggle root to tip time distortion, which means the individual leaf time distortions. So if we put that up to like 5, then you can see that we get some weird stuff going on with our cylinder mask. Let me just adjust that really quickly. Wow, that's really shit. My bad. My B. So you can see that if this root to tip time distortion is at 1, you can see that the leaves have this sort of weight to them. If it's at 0, you can see that the leaves are completely stiff, as well as the height time distortion. You can see that the bush is just completely stiff. But when we apply height distortion, you can see that, you know, the bottom moves before the top. And when we apply the root to tip time distortion, we get, you know, the ends of the leaves move after the start of the leaves. So that's what those masks are for. Just to kind of give them different weight. Now, all of these effects are automatically... Let me just go... Oh, fuck. Let me go over here. Cool. Now, all of these effects are automatically scaled, just using the scale of the object. So you can see that the little ones go faster, and they have less time distortion, because they, you know, have less weight to them. Whereas the bigger versions have some, you know, slower wiggle times and all that kind of stuff. So this is just... So when you're doing your settings for your foliage, So when you're doing your settings for your own foliage, the settings correlate to when the foliage mesh is at scale 1. And then anything smaller or larger than that will have... And then anything smaller or larger than that will have its parameters adjusted automatically. Cool. GT Experience, hello. Oh, where's my OBS? Yes, that is me. That's what we're working on right now, actually. We're doing the documentation video for that plugin. You can see that I've grown a beard since then. About my... Jeez, it's been so long. It's been so long. I can't wait to shave this beard. I'm gonna shave this beard when the plugin is published. That's when I'm allowed to shave. That's my punishment for taking so long. All right. Have requests for next video. Ever done shell texturing in UE5? I have a little bit. I wouldn't know how to do it procedurally, but usually shell texturing is something that you'd need to set up outside of Unreal. So you'd need to set up assets that have shells already on them. You could... Hmm. Shaving is a punishment? No, shaving is the... Growing the beard is the punishment. I hate having facial. Although I think it looks alright. Usually I go like to a 2 or something, but... I don't know. I can't grow a beard. This doesn't look like good. I look like a fucking homeless man. I don't know, maybe I'll keep it. If you guys keep complimenting me on it, then maybe I'll keep it. And that weird range where it's insanely itchy. Yeah, I always get to a point where like my lips go numb. Like I think it's just from like constant tickling from just little stray hairs that like my lips just get desensitized. And they just feel numb. I've become so numb. Will there ever be a Prismata haircut? Well, actually... you could do custom hairstyle or custom haircuts using Geometry Script and the Runtime Vertex Painter plugin. So, I mean, like... maybe... No, oh, right. Oh, you mean cut off all my hair? Or do you mean get rainbow hair? I don't know. Character hair gets cut by weapons confirmed. Oh, that's actually a really good idea. Like, you could just do the length of the hair gets shorter and whatnot. Because your hair is bone-based, it's really easy to scale the length of the hair, so you could just, like... That would be cool, though. Imagine your character's got, like, long hair, but then it gets, like, cut off by, like, someone's sword, and it's like, oh, no, there goes my hair. And you've got to, like, grow it back out. Hair is basically health bar. True. Oops. All the Grizzle veterans have insane long hair. Yeah, exactly. I mean, I was thinking of doing, like, hair growing over time. And, like, beards and body hair and whatnot. But then you've got to do, like, body hair shaving, you know, so that you can... But then it's, like, kind of, you know... I don't know. That'll be, like, a... like... Yeah. Will the clothes react the same way hacked up cloth armor would look cool? Yes, it's already... Actually, let me show you a video. Let me show you. Sorry, I'm just reading salty YouTube comments. This isn't clear for complete beginners. Did I fucking say it was for complete beginners, you fuck? Sorry. Where is the video? Hold on. Here we go. Here's just like an old video about a fake fake cloth sim using just shaders, only shaders. So just like clothing on characters, doing wind stuff without clipping, like that, and also while moving and whatnot. But then okay, wait, when do I do the thing? Yeah, so then with the damage system, it can like droop further or like get affected by the wind more. So that's like how torn clothing can look, and whatnot. Yeah, pretty cool, pretty cool. Sure, the plugin can handle swords and axes cutting the grass. It could. I could use one of the surface thingers. I'll probably leave that for the... I'm gonna do a paint... Or like a paint simulation, which is just like 4 custom channels that you can just use and draw to. So you'd probably use it for like blood. You could also use it for cutting grass. You could use it for like, I don't know, burnt shit and whatnot. Home of the pervert materials. How easy would it be to have a pulse component thing on your weapons so your swings can create wind? Super easy. Extremely easy. You just have to have the component and then activate and deactivate it based on the swing. So you wouldn't need to use pulses. You could just have a dedicated component on the weapon. Or you could just do a anim notify that spawns a pulse if you just wanted one. Like, if you didn't want it to be continuous. But yeah, super easy. Oh god, look at him go. Right, what else do I need to cover? That's like the material functions and how they get... Well, it's not really how they get implemented. I guess I have to cover the puddles as well. Yeah. Yeah, I think just talking about the puddles is probably good enough. Mono mentioned number of vectors you can handle. Should you buy? Or am I gonna about non-top deck? Yeah, that's true. That's true. Yes. Yeah, good point. True, true. Well, I'll talk about that after I finish this little doodad. What was I talking about? Right, the puddles, the puddles, the puddles. All right, let's talk about puddles and water in general. So the puddles are so the puddles are driven by our puddles parameter in our material parameter collection. Right here, Prismatiscape MPC. Scalar parameters, there is one called puddles. Now you might have your own puddles, fuck, what do you call it? Now, you might have your own puddles value in your own material parameter collections. All you need to do is in your child of the manager, just remember to set your material parameter collection as the material parameter collection that this is going to be using. Otherwise, we're basically good to go. So when you set that puddle's value, it's a value from 0 to 1, it will be driving a material function called puddle mask. Now, this mask uses a height blend with a texture right here, which by default is the Prismatiscape cloud noise. The tiling size by default is 3000. Now, you may or may not want to change this. I find that this is fine for, 99% of cases. However, if you did want to change it, you would want to go into this material function and change it to whatever the texture is. And then you would also have to go to the Prismatiscape Niagara Grid drawer and go to the Get Water Puddles and change the texture and also the texture's tiling right here. Now, the reason for that is that the puddle boundary rendering is purely coincidental. So we're not actually changing our runtime virtual texture over and over and over again when this value changes. We're just running the puddle calculation on the materials and in the Niagara thing. Because obviously we don't want to be updating our runtime virtual texture often if we don't have to. So if I press P, we're now changing our puddles to be 0.5, and you can see that we have the puddles, and the boundaries are updated, and when they're like this, the boundaries are also updated. We can actually visualize what's going on with the puddle boundaries by going to the render targets, go to the water RVT, go to the water render target and look in the alpha channel. You can see here that this is where water is allowed to ripple. Let me just make it a little bit bigger. So you can see this is where water ripples are allowed to occur. So we've got our little puddles here. And if we go over this way, you can see this big black part here where the alpha is 1. That's just a body of water. So that's how our ripples are actually getting, bounded, is by using this channel. So when I press P, you can see that all of these other puddles appear, but clearly some parts are excluded from being puddlious. And that is through the use of the water data runtime virtual texture. So if we go into a material, for example, these ones here, and we go into here, we can actually look at the runtime virtual texture output, and we can see that the specular value is set to 0. So we're using the specular channel to determine whether it should be excluded from puddles all the time, being 0. Or 0.5 would mean that it is just like regular puddles, like puddles can get drawn on it. Or if it's set to 1, it means that it will always be drawing, or it will always be allowing puddles to be drawn to it. So you can see, son of a bitch. No, maybe it's the other way around. Fuck, what have I done? What have I done? Wait, is that correct? Oh, no, is it the roughness channel? It is the roughness channel, you shit. Yeah, it is. Okay. Right, roughness is for the wind exclusion, isn't it? Oh. No, sorry, specular is for the wind. Yeah. Okay. So, on a material, if the roughness is set to 0, it will never have puddles on it. Or it will never allow ripples to propagate through it. If it's set to 0.5, then it will be the default puddle type. So that's like, you know, this sand here is just at 0.5. 0.5 is also just the default. So, you know, if it's... whatever. And then if it's set to 1, it will essentially act as a body of water, according to, you know, this render target. So you can see here, you know, even though we're not actually seeing any ripples, ripples are still propagating through this stuff. I'll just bring our character down. Now, one thing that is important to note is that you can use vertex color. Now, one important thing to note is that you can use vertex color to enable and disable the puddles. So, for example, this material here, if we have a little look inside it, if we just get the vertex color and put that into the base color, then we can see that these parts are painted blue, or they have blue set to 1, and then other parts have blue set to 0, meaning that they're going to exclude puddles. So, you know, usually you might want to, like, exclude puddles from the edges. We can even just do that in real time now. Mesh paint. Paint. Blue channel only. Okay. So we can subtract from the edges only, which means that puddles are never going to form on the edges of this mesh. You know, even if the puddles would usually randomly occur in that location. And then we can say, oh, there's always puddles here by drawing 1 in the blue channel. So now if we go and hit play, we'll keep the debug going. If we press P for puddles, you can see that the puddles that were already there are going to grow first, but the black sections are never going to get puddles on them. So that's just really handy for, you know, level design stuff. So, so you can see in this material, I'm using vertex color into our puddle mask as the puddle vertex color. The puddle's value goes into the puddle's 0 to 1. And the height map is just if you've got a height map for, you know, the texture that the puddles are appearing on, that's where you'd put that. We can also add the water ripple height map. So just the Prismaticscape sample water, get the height map, put that into there. And the reason we put that in there is because we can make the water ripples sort of go up and down the height map. So it looks a bit more three-dimensional, which I think is pretty neat. Now, this vertex color, while it is going into the puddle mask for the actual, like, shading of the puddles to, you know, create the... So this vertex color gets used in the generation of the puddle mask for that material, but it also goes into the runtime virtual texture output into the roughness channel. So remember that roughness, you know, roughness, smoothness, water is very smooth, blah, blah, blah. If the, you know, you'll figure it out. The specular channel is used in the exact same way to do wind exclusions. So if these columns here are set to 1 in their specular channel output for the runtime virtual texture, and they are also drawing to the water data, and they're also drawing, and these meshes are also drawing to the water data runtime virtual texture, which I might rename to fluid data at some point, but anyway, whatever. So again, if we look in this one, we have 0. We have 0 in the roughness, meaning that these never generate puddles on them, and 0.8 in the specular, meaning that this is going to block most of the wind. Not super hard, but it's going to block most of it. All right, what else do I need to cover? I think that's kind of it. Material functions are there. All this stuff's there. Got all the things. I guess the surface stuff. Actually, I'll do that. Hold on. Now, the last thing on the topic of puddles is adding the deformed trails to the puddle mask. So if we just draw a bunch of stuff here, you can see that we're creating new puddles using our body. So all that we're doing there is, again, if we go into this material, we can have a look. If we get the puddle mask, we have this input called... If we look at the puddle mask in this material, we have the deform footprints input, which can just be set to 0. But this is just, if we follow the node, sampling from the Prismaticscape sample surface, and we get the surface height map. So that will have like the divots where the footprints go in, and it will rise up slightly around the edges, and that is just getting factored in to the puddle mask in the material, but it also gets factored in the Niagara Grid drawer system. So that will automatically, do that for you. Right, is there anything else that I haven't covered? Twitch annual recap. Ooh, let me have a geeze. Where does it pop up? Oh, wait, here it is. See my recap. Let's see. Hours... Huh? Oh, is that... Right, hours watched that people watched me. Right. 25,000 hours. What's wrong with you guys? 131 streams. That's... Considering I took, like... a few months off. That's not too bad. It's not too bad. One category. Heaps of clips. Nice. Look at all these chats sent. Top 3 tags. Indie Dev, UE5, Unreal Engine. The emotes. I need to... we need to, like, overhaul all the emotes. Look at all those channel points spent. Nice. Raids. Alright, okay, wait, here we go. Hold on. Let's wait. Right, let's see who the goats are. We got Barda. Pog. We got Akudo. Pog. We got Hot Mafia. Hell yeah. Barabudus. Kimo Shaw. Dayeem. Hell yeah. Maverick Wolf X. We got What Up Bink. We got Hero 31. Nice. There you go. Well done. Go team. Can I, like, yeah, I want to see my viewer. My viewer one. Oh god, it's... Alright. Why is it white? Wait, press start. There we go. Alright, I've watched 3,000 hours of Twitch. Distinct days visited this year. What does that mean? Huh? Oh, fuck. That's right. These categories: Elden Ring, software game development, Liza P, Resident Evil 4, Tears of the Kingdom. And the emotes. The Dist 1 emote. Prismatica Thumbs, and the Sov emote. There you go. 10k chat sent. There you go. Fuck, I spend a lot of time on the computer. Sovereign Dev, number 3! Pogging? Literally, it's just Elden Ring and Dark Souls streamers, and then Sovereign. Jeez, that's a lot. E-girl watcher? What do you mean e-girl watcher? Who's behind what? Look at that channel points. Look at these fat channel points. Poggers. There you go. That 3,000 hours, roughly 34% of the year. That's truly all this 1 year. Yeah, it would be. That sounds right. Like, what else do I do? Go outside? Go outside the house? Of course not. I sit here. I'm either deving or I'm watching Twitch and YouTube and learning and chilling out. Third most watched, but by far the most chatted in. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. So it's like that, but building my Steam stats are similar. Yeah. It's so weird. It's like when I think about how many hours I've put into old school RuneScape, it's like, bro, like I've probably put in more than a year. Like if I'd played old school RuneScape for a year straight with no sleeping, then that probably wouldn't match my hours played. Like I probably played more than that, you know. 1,765 hours in the year, and I watched Twitch for over 7,670 hours. Nice. Pogging. Pog champing. Pogdala Champius. Probably have 2 years of time in WoW. Yeah, damn. I'm sorry to hear that. I'm sorry to hear that. All right, what else do I need to cover in this thing? I feel like there's not really much left to cover. It's kind of self-explanatory, isn't it? I think that's need multiple streams open separately. True. Yeah, I do sometimes watch different streams. Like I'll have Sov up on this screen with the audio panned right. And then I'll have Crimson up on this screen with the audio panned left. While I'm playing games in the middle screen. So let me just fix my red light real quick. Roxanne. Red line. Cool. Yeah, hopefully I don't think I've missed any crucial info. That's like all the basics covered. Like none of the, you know, blah, blah, blah stuff, but... I'm like 90% sure that it's fine. All right. So there you have it. That's everything that you need to know to get started with the Prismatiscape interaction plugin. If you do have any other questions, you can contact me on Discord. There will be a channel in my usual Discord for, you know, technical tech support to do with the plugin. Implementing the plugin, implementing some of the effects does require a bit of materials knowledge, so you can check out my 5-minute materials playlist if you haven't watched it already, which should kind of cover, you know, if you're not sure about like what world position means and what pivot point means and all that kind of stuff. Those videos should answer any questions that you may or may not have. So with that being said, we say goodbye. Goodbye. End me. I'm so much of the Witcher 3 wind system. True. I love the Witcher 3's wind. Although it only did global wind. It didn't have local wind. But like the actual effects, like the actual wind effects themselves were like really good looking. Although all the Witcher foliage and stuff was like all 3-dimensional pivot painted. So like in my system, we just kind of cheat by doing just vertex displacement, rather than rotating the branch around its pivot point. Just because it's, you know, it's just more global to do just pushing verts sideways. It, like, you know, it works with any mesh, even if it's not set up in a particular way. That's why I included that as the base version. But yeah. I didn't really like Witcher 3 that much. Or like, I don't know, I loved the story and the world, but the combat just got too repetitive for me to like continue to like finish the game, you know. Also, what? I'm at 50, okay. Good. No, it's better than... Yeah, it is better than Skyrim. But I mean, what kind of game isn't better than Skyrim's combat? Like, looking back on Skyrim, it didn't really have much going for it, did it? I mean, you look at Starfield, which is literally just Skyrim in space. And it's, look at those LODs pop in. Yeah, and like, you can see... You can see that, yeah, Skyrim wasn't that good. Because, like, there's no... Other than the setting... Skyrim's, like, just... the same as Starfield. But I guess because Skyrim's old... It, like... Like, you know, it was good for the time. It was good for its time, you know? What? What the fuck is that? Hello? Wait, are you... Oh, that's weird. Hold on. Are you... Oh, wow. Okay, that's weird. Oh, I think I... Hold on. Yeah, why is that happening? Or is that just because... Oh, no, that's me. Why was it doing it there? Is it drawing? I think it's when it's on the boundary that it draws to both. Hold on. If I just send you that way... Oops. Are you going to... No? Because it should be getting feathered off. It's probably just a glitch. Probably not important. Probably not important. Alright, well now I have like 50 gigabytes of footage to sort through and edit together. Grill me. Oh, let's take a break and just chat. Just chatting. Do you want to add something about number of... yeah, true. Now this system is designed to be very performant. It's, you know, it's always running all the time. There's no sort of activation and deactivation. You know, like if a character's foot hits the ground, we're not sending an event and we're not doing line traces and all that kind of stuff. It's just supposed to run always in the background, and it's a continuous drawing to our simulation. So this does support as many actors as you could possibly need. However, it does scale depending on the number of shapes that you're drawing per frame. The performance will increase once I move the kind of guts of it into C++, which is just the, you know, retrieving all of the locations that we want to draw to our simulation. But I've had it drawing 1,000 shapes, and it didn't dip me below 120 FPS on my RTX 2080. So, yeah. And you also can change the input resolution. So when we actually draw the shapes to the systems and whatnot, we can actually adjust the resolution of those shapes, which it like changes the scaling, you know, curve. So like 1,000 shapes at 256 pixels, and then at 128 pixels, it's like this much. So you could get like 2,000 shapes if you're drawing them at half resolution. Now you can draw lower resolution inputs to the higher resolution render targets, and it will do like a micro temporal jitter, but just experiment with it, and you know, you'll see. 100 axes with 2 feet each. Yeah, exactly. So if you're using this for characters and stuff, as long as you're only drawing the feet of the character when they're just running around, and you only draw the other shapes of the character when they fall over or die or something, and then you clean up the component, you know, once they you know, despawn, then performance shouldn't really be an issue. There we go. Bam. What would the performance impact of the plugin be for running on a planet with a diameter of 100 to 500 meters? It would be the exact same as any other surface, because it is a local simulation that moves along with the player. So it's technically infinite, but it will, you know, it'll disappear outside of the boundary. But have a top-down view. Well, yeah, then you just make it bigger. You can see the entire planet when zoomed out. Well, it's probably not the plugin for you then. But you're probably not going to find any solution that can do that. Yeah, that's also true. This is for non-spherical things. And no, I'm not going to add support for planetary bodies being drawn. I don't even know how you... Because it uses a runtime virtual texture for the height. So... I mean, technically, if you could figure out a way to draw a spherical projection of a runtime virtual texture, then it would work. Because then you could just say distance world position to the center of its planet. Then yeah, you could do that pretty easy, but good luck with that. No balls allowed, exactly. No balls, no balls. Oh, I need to... Oh, right. Oh, what are we doing now? I'll make that allowed one day. If you do, I'll implement it in the plugin, and I'll credit you. And I'll give you a flat fee of $100. Focuses from my game. The map is fully procedural random generated at runtime. Is there anything that requires static setup? As long as the meshes and stuff and the landscape are set to draw to the runtime virtual texture, you know, volume, texture, whatevers, which you can do for like foliage and PCG. So basically any static mesh component can have itself set to draw to the RVT, then you should be fine. So like if you wanted foliage on top of rocks, then the rocks would need to draw to the height map so that you could interact on top of the rock. But other than that, it should be absolutely fine, yeah. And all of the foliage is just reading from a texture in world space. So yeah, like in terms of the actual interacting things, then everything's good. Ooh, nice sphere. It's very bumpy. That's a bumpy boy. Nice. Nice. Is that made of cubes or made of tringles? Also, I'll be right back. I'm gonna put this mug away. All right, we're back. Hello. Kevin, hello. Sorry, I'm sure you hear this 1,000 times a day, but when will the plugin be available? Soon. Soon. I have to do the documentation and all that other kind of bullshit stuff. If you really want it, I can send it. I can send the 1.0 version to you. If you'd like. But yeah, I'll just have to package it first. Triangle hexagon subdivider, icosahedron made each rental features its own massive function as a low poly version. Now working on splitting all the hexagons into their own class so I can assign materials separately so I can subdivide, render, culling them individually. Nice, 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 nice. Yeah, that's lit. Kind of like how RimWorld's planets are made, except it's 2D. Kinda, yeah. Where do I send my USD? Trying to think. Pretty sure you could just do prismatica.dev@gmail. Pretty sure that's what my PayPal's linked to. But I don't know. It should be available soon. I'll probably give it to the patrons for testing and stuff, but I don't know. It's still got like a little bit of shit to go. All right, git stash. USDs. Nice. Doesn't make the skybox look stylized with a post-process volume. No. Kind of. If you're doing a cell shader that's using diffuse color, then no, because usually a skybox is unlit and diffuse is always 0 on an unlit material. You could make your own custom one, like I did. Which looks nice. Yeah. Do you hey made Sky for your game? No, it's just a material. Just watch 5-minute materials and you're good to go. Here it is. This is the sky material. It's not actually that big. Oh, I love it on the orb. What about the glare light effect? Do you mean like on the clouds? Like this? That's just, yeah, like emissive. Or do you mean on the... Oh, the volumetric. That's just depth. That's just depth-based post-process fog. And then it just coincidentally lines up with that, you know? Yeah, yeah. I'm pretty sure they use the same math. No, I think the math is slightly different, but it's... This is set up so that the fog kind of... the fog, what do you call it? Divider line is always like where the camera is, so that like, you know, you kind of like always see where the sun is from the top-down perspective. You know what I mean? Has anyone made a game that just uses material interactions as gameplay? It's kind of impossible to only use them. You can use them on top of other things. Like, for example, like Splatoon uses probably vertex color to do its, you know, painting the blobs and then, like, you know, moving through the blobs and whatever. But a lot of that is, like, CPU side. And the materials just represent the changes and whatnot. Also, Capsule, thank you very much for the Prime sub. Giga Chad. It's time to think. We're gonna do some thinking. I've been filming videos for 4 hours, or filming a video for 4 hours. I usually don't dev after I film videos, because, like, it just fucks my brain. It's just a brain frick. Let me just zip the Prismatiscape. Prismatiscape v1.1.zip. Can you put a full stop in a file name before the extension? Yeah, no, I can. Totally. That's fine, man. That's fine. You can, okay. Yeah. Wouldn't risk it? It's probably fine. Let me just send... So trying to make a game from all 5-minute materials, tutorials won't work. Well, you could make a game look really good. I mean, sometimes materials are necessary to convey to a player, you know, gameplay stuff. So, like, let's say your game is about burning things. You know, you need to know how to make something look burned. Or, like, if you've got power-ups or you've got buffs and that kind of thing, you know? Like, you always need to know material stuff in general. Which webcam do you use to get such a nice background blur? This one. Sony A7S Mark II with a G Master 24-70 zoom lens. 6,000 brand new. Jeez, they haven't devalued. That's in US as well. Keep in mind, I used to do videography before I did game dev, so this is just my, like, cinema camera. And now it just gets used as a fucking webcam. I should probably downgrade. I mean, unless I go... If I go traveling... Or... I don't know. I mean, I used it last time we went on holiday. To film, like, a bunch of footage of... Southeast Asia and stuff, but... Yeah. I was getting into... Yeah. I mean, I've got another... A7S1 body, which I used as a second cam, like second angle, you know, B cam. And then I'd occasionally use my brother's A7 R2. So S is for sensitivity, R is for resolution. Because this camera is only 12 megapixels, which is like, you know, like fucking iPhones are like 100 megapixels or something. This one's just 12 megapixels, but it's on a full size, like a full frame sensor. So each pixel can gather heaps more light. And that's why, like, you know, like when I just have my colored lights on, but you can still see me. It's because I can pump up the ISO on that camera to like 12,000 and it won't be like grainy or anything. Because like I usually work in pitch darkness, you know. Like if I turn this light off, then this is like pretty normal. This is what my room actually looks like. Yeah, actually, it is just about. Maybe like one stop more than that, but then I can just do ISO up. That's at like fucking 100,000 ISO, which is ridiculous, but like. So that's at like 6400 ISO. And it looked pretty good for stream. It's a bit grainy, but like, yeah, it's literally pitch black in this room. It's like a red room. Or like, not a red room, a fucking, what are the photo develop rooms called? Dark room. A dark room, not a red room. Don't... Not a red room. It's a dark room. That's right. That's right. It's not some fucking deep web shit. Isn't Red Room like a sex room? I don't know. I'm pretty sure. I mean, I don't know if they're real or not, but like apparently there's on the dark web or the deep web. I don't know what the fucking difference is. But there's like, yeah, there's like webcam chat rooms where people get tortured and just fucked up shit. But yeah. How do I curve my water to give a horizon effect? You could do camera distance or camera position minus world position, and then at a really far distance, move the WPO downwards. That's how I'd do it, at least. You know what? We'll open up the project and do it anyway. Deep web's not findable by Google, but normal internet dark web. Gotcha. Yep. Yeah, I knew dark web was the bad one. Where people buy drugs. Ooh, drugs. Ooh. Also, let me just put the chat back on the screen. There you go. You're all free. Oh. There you go. Yeah, so what you could do is content. Material. You've got a... Oops. Just a plane. Oh, actually, no. I'll get a Tessie plane. Tessie plane. Don't need dark web for drugs. True. I buy Bitcoin on the dark web. Wow. Because Bitcoin's so unregulated that you got to buy it on the dark web. It's on dark mode in browser. True. Dark web. Poggers. All right, so here's our water. And what you want to do is not see it forever, I guess. Right? Because it would technically go down at some point. So yeah, what we can do is we can camera position in world space. We can get the world position in world space. Probably only care about the XY. We can do this one, subtract this one. Actually, no, we can just do distance. So what's the distance between world position and our camera? We can then divide that by some number. Big number. Well, actually, no, we'd want to subtract a number. So, like, don't do it within 1,000 units of us. Then saturate. Then... No, don't saturate, sorry. No, we want to do that. There we go. Then saturate. So, divide by, I don't know, 1,000. And then we can put that into the world position offset. Oops. Where we can multiply it by whatever amount we wanted it to go down by. Let's do it up. Just as an example. Okay, well, now we can see. Trippy. Let's do that by like 10,000. Let's just do a texture as well. Okay, yeah, so now you can see that it's like, it's dipping when we get near it, right? So yeah, you could do camera distance, blah, blah, blah. You could even unclamp it. You know, or even like power. Make it exponential. Okay, maybe not that exponential. That's become existential. Oh god. Oh. I hate it. It hurts. But yeah, you could if we did it the other way, so like minus 5,000 or whatever, then yeah, we'd get the sort of where the fuck is it? Oh, there it is. Hello. Let's put it out here for now. Pilot the landscape. Yeah, so like maybe this is what you want. This is kind of what they did with, there was that example thingo that they did where they had like a flat surface and then when they went up, they turned it into a sphere to do like a fake planet kind of thing. So yeah, that's a way you could go about it, I guess. Xmuno, hello, hello. How you doing? Need a stretch. Who's been playing the day before? Any day before enjoyers? Just joking. Don't buy that game. Feeling those cozy Christmas vibes? Hell yeah. What about me? I'm just doing the same old, same old. Same old. I just filmed a bunch of videos for the plugin, like documentation / tutorial / whatever. Refunded it? Hell yeah, hell yeah. And now I'm just thinking, because like usually my brain turns off after filming a video. So I don't actually want to do anything. But I'm just thinking about this big simulation system, you know? Struggling with a directional mask that could work on any skeletal mesh, pre-animation. Check out my video on pre-skinned nodes. The pre-skinned nodes. Which would be pre-skinned pre-skinned local position and pre-skinned vertex normal. That would be the way to go. Pre-skinned. Pre-skinned. Do a silly game mechanic. That's all of my game mechanics. Trying to make that. I was just helping someone with, they wanted their ocean to actually fall off at a far distance rather than like being visible infinitely, if that makes sense. What time is it? It's only 3 o'clock. It's only 3 a.m. Jesus. So yeah, I've been thinking about the global simulation, the PLSS system. PLSS system. It's like ATM machine. The PLS system. And and I think it's going to be awesome. Will there be dragons in your game or other types of monsters? Yes. There'll be biologically plausible animals that exist to terrorize you and to stalk you and all that good stuff. Can you create objects in editor? No, but they wouldn't persist into runtime. I'm just trying to think, like, what's the best way to, you know, let's say I'm placing buildings and rivers and trees and all that kind of stuff. What's the best way to put that into the simulation system? Would I just say on the initial begin play, go through everything and turn it into, or construct an object from it and then assign that to the blah blah blah? I don't know how I'm gonna do like trees and whatnot. As in like persistent trees, you know. I mean, like the trees could, no, because so like doing persistently cut down trees, for example, is easy because you can just do it as a part of level streaming and loading. But then the problem is if you want a character off screen to cut down a tree, the tree object has to be there for it to interact with. So yeah, I probably will have to go through and construct all of them and as, you know, tree objects, which then are assigned to the, you know, the foliage, blah, blah, blah. Hey, sexy falling animation. Yeah, exactly. It's gonna be Pog. I mean, honestly, I can probably just get away with trees being static meshes and not even worrying about instancing them. Because, like, it's top-down perspective. And we could literally just be like, the trees all have an object, we move to this grid space, we load in all of the trees as their own individual actors, you know, in the relevant space. It's actually not a bad idea. Because I'd be doing... yeah. Yeah. I don't have trees in the simulation. I guess. Yeah, I mean, I can work around it, but... I don't know. I guess it would depend on how much cutting down trees is going on. Because there'll be things like bushes that you forage, which will need to be, you know, persistent and whatnot. So, you know, you can just pick the berries from this bush and wait for them to regrow. Or new bushes could grow, you know, wherever. But you'd probably want to know where those bushes are. As like persistently. Well, people, yeah, I don't know. Yeah. When AI wants to cut down a tree, we'll just ask some ISM actor to get a tree nearby. But what if the ISM actor doesn't exist, you know? There you go. Because because, like, you know, we're talking, like, off-screen stuff. I mean, it could, like, yeah, it could be a tree, like a forest manager. Per, like, big forest or something. But then it's like, but, like, it's gonna hold... Well, yeah, it won't be an object for each tree. It'll be an index and a location for each tree. Which is all that the tree would be anyway, mostly. Maybe. I don't know. It's not super relevant yet. But it will be relevant at some point. Oh, I'm just gonna recline. Nice. How's it going? It's going good. It's going good. We just filmed a bunch of videos for the plugin, for the documentation stuff, and now I am just chatting about the simulation system that we're going to be building. Right, yeah, array of locations could be good. Yeah, so there'd be like a forest object which would hold all of its own trees. And that would be pretty easy to populate because it would just be a like one object per what's it called? The only problem is if we wanted to get that tree to interact with or something, we want to query it in AI, we'd have to loop through all of the trees to check which one's the closest. Whereas if they were all their own individual objects, it would mean we can just get the trees in that grid space to do a distance query. Because, like, forests are going to be huge, right? Which is also like, yeah, okay, if the forest's huge, it means we've got like 1 billion different objects and whatnot. I feel like just having them be their own actor would actually be fine for this project. Like, for this project specifically. 1 actor per tree. Unreal can handle colliding with 1 billion trees in ISM. Yeah, that's true, that's true. But it's not just... Oh, I don't know. Must be a way to utilize that. I don't know. I don't know. I'm just thinking like top-down perspective. Like really helps with, you know, even if we've got like 200 tree actors that are loaded in, you know, with our surrounding grid spaces, that's not that much. And even if they are all visible at once, the engine does like auto instancing, you know. Be a lot more, yeah. Well, here's the other thing, right? You can't just load in some of the instances, right? It would have to, like, load in the ISM actor and then have all of them in at once. Does it get ISMs in radius node? Is that like get the meshes in radius from this ISM actor? Calculate their positions deterministically and move instances around. Gotcha. Grid around the place. Yeah. How? Okay. Yeah. Okay. I don't know. How much memory does... I mean, I can kind of see... Like, yeah, it would balloon very quickly if every tree and every bush was its own simulation object. Because even just an object instance is... Yeah. Well, okay, so yeah, what if it's, no. Trying to think how we store them in grids. Like, what do we give the grid that says, hey, there's trees in this grid? Do we just give them the tree, like the forest object? Or do we give it a... Because it has to be an entity. Because we just have an array of... We have an array of arrays of entities. Like simulation entities and blah, blah, blah. Maybe he cuts down a tree, you just save some whatever tree was cut down around here. Don't actually remove the tree to play. Yeah, I mean, that's true. That's true. That is true. Because you can pretty much just guess, like, they would have cut a tree down around their lumber camp or whatever. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, shit. Someone asked, would PCG help? It would help for the initial population of the trees. So, like, placing the trees and creating the world. It wouldn't necessarily help with the run times, like, removal of trees and that kind of thing. Yeah, we could do it lazily. I mean, I'll do profiling and test it and see if it's worth doing a one object per tree sort of thing. Or whether we just have a forest object. And, like, just for individually placed trees, they can probably be their own object. Like, the tree in the middle of the town, so that characters can go and rest under the tree or something. But, like, a forest of trees, you know, a character doesn't necessarily need to go and rest under a specific tree. They can just fucking chill out. White tree. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I mean, that's the other thing, right? Like, if there is... Let's say you tell one of your party members, oh, could you harvest some, you know, specific tree? Or look for and harvest specific tree type. Yeah, we need to know which specific tree got cut down. And then we could spawn a felled tree object. Which would, you know, when we go and look at it, yeah, the tree's on the ground and they're, you know, interacting with it and whatnot. But until that point, it could just be a, just a location on the forest actor or something. That's an interesting one. Yeah, I don't know. Who know? But I think I think like any kind of like foliage that needs to be interacted with should have its own object. So like berry bushes and like, you know, resource bits. Just because we'd want to query them in the grid for like, you know, search in a 100-meter radius for edible berries or something. Or if, you know, if you're using a tamed pig to look for truffles, we might even be like querying things that are unloaded. You know, they might be in unloaded chunks, but we still need to know, hey, there's a truffle here or something. Don't know about querying for... Yeah. As soon as until you interact with it. Yeah, see, that's probably what I'd do. Or even, they can even remain ISMs even while you are interacting with them. And you can keep track of health and stuff inside the ISM. Like, you can make a custom ISM, like, a child of the foliage ISM component that has an array that populates a bunch of health on begin play, so just health for each instance thing. So you could then only remove it when the health reaches 0 and then spawn the actor and whatnot. But yeah. What are we simulating? An entire world. Literally everything. Like, all of the characters will exist at all times. No fuzziness, or very little fuzziness. At least that's the aim. Sure, is that you? The kings will cut that. Yeah, exactly. There'll be stuff happening off screen. The deer will eat the radioactive waste that you left out in the wild, and then when you hunt that deer 3 days later and you cook its meat, you'll get radiation poisoning, and you'll be like, why do I have radiation poisoning? Well, it's because you fucking left radioactive waste out in the wild. But only that deer, you know, not all of them. Like persistent characters and entities, you know. Random question, would you recommend upgrade from a 24-inch monitor to either a 27 or a 32 at 1440p? I don't know. Is that like 32 inches ultra wide at 1440p? Because I think an ultra wide monitor like this is just like the best thing you could ever do in general. Ultra wides are giga. Ultra wides are 34 inch. Gotcha. Well, I mean, I'm sure you could get an ultra wide 32 inch. Maybe. 32's 69. Okay. I'd go. Honestly, I'd just go 21:9. 21:9 curved screen like mine. Mine's not that curved, but yeah. Eco is a cool simulation. I've actually played that one. I played that when it was in alpha or beta. That was really cool. That was really cool. Does that have like an active player base at the moment? I remember buying it on like GOG or something when it was in alpha. Oh, pause. Huge. Ooh, okay. Yeah, I remember playing on like a little server with like 10 random people. But yeah, that game was cool. Like, fuck, that would have been like 10 years ago that I played it. Let me look it up on Steam. Eco. I wonder if I can... I wonder if my license would transfer. I'm pretty sure it was this game. It's like a ecological / economic social simulation game. Yeah, this one. Fuck yeah, this is lit. This game was crazy. Oh, fuck, that's loud. Like it looks like Minecraft we have at home. But it's like it's kind of like I mean, it's not like Minecraft Tekkit, but like it's basically like survival crafting, base building, manufacturing, researching game. But you're on like a little spherical world with a bunch of other players. And you can set up shops. But it's got finite resources. Like if you cut down all the trees, then all the trees are gone. Basically, or if you kill all the animals are gone, and you know they're extinct. Like there's no coming back from it. Yeah, and so yeah, you set up shops, you have like an economy. I remember I was the first person to print currency, and my currency got adopted as the main currency, like in the server. So I was just secretly just printing my own just printing extra money for me. So like I had all the power, you know? Yeah, there you go. So like it's a little tiling sphere world. Like IRL, exactly. God, they didn't used to have all of the metric stuff when I played. I don't even think they simulated it. Like, yeah, soil moisture, ground pollution spread, rainfall. Like, this is fucking sick, brother. Elections and laws? Hell yeah. That's actually pretty cool. I mean, that makes a lot more sense than... Because, like, actually having it written in code and, like, within the gameplay code means that it's enforceable regardless of, you know, who's online at what times. Oh, permits? Fuck yeah, bro. So dope. True, that's... Yeah, I remember now. So you have to advance to blow up the meteor without blowing up the world. Yeah. Yeah, really cool game. Very cool game. Recommend checking it out. And they kept it so it's all just players, isn't it? Like, they don't do NPCs or anything. Still early. Yeah, true. It is still early access, apparently. Should I get 27 or 32 in? Get mine. True. True. It's all players. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, nice. This started with, like, government grants, didn't it? Like, that was one of their initial batches of funding. Can't remember. Yeah, what a ripper. What a bloody ripper. Well, since they haven't played, very interesting. Yeah, I can imagine. Maybe I'll get back into it. No, I didn't see that. Laws were just like soft enforced by players, like on the server that I played. Like, don't kill all of the deer. Please. I'm begging. Well, I'm just like fucking printing money on the side for myself. Very time. Yeah, I remember it being very time consuming. See, that's why you set up a shop where you buy other people's resources for dirt cheap, so everyone else can do all the hard work, and you just reap the benefits, you know. That's why you just gotta make sure that you're the one printing the money. Make sandbox prismatic version. True. I mean, that's kind of what it would be. It's not a sandbox, it's a garden. It's a garden. Remember. One player can start a city on one end of the world, another is adventure. True. I need to do some profiling on how expensive an object is. Did someone... No, I didn't get an answer. Does anyone know if you can just save a U object? Like, save and load a U object? Without, like, you know, taking all of its variables, writing it to a fucking JSON or something, and then reconstructing it when you load? Like, can you just save the object and all of its variables? Because I just don't want to have to, like... If I've got, like, an object, and then I've got, like, a child of that object that has extra variables, you know, I don't want to have to fucking... whatever. That is what saving is? Yeah, I guess. Yeah, maybe. I know, I'll have to doodle with it. The real question is, can you save... Well, no, you wouldn't be able to save references to other objects, but you could give the object an ID and then relink them after they've been reinitialized, right? I'm just thinking like items, like an inventory is an item with items in it, which is done by referencing one another. So yeah, it would just be like a an ID that would link them again. So just create all objects, go through link objects, blah blah blah. Probably. Hopefully it's not a huge issue. Big thing with saving is you get to choose exactly what you want to save. You don't need to save the whole character, just the inventory. Yeah. I mean, I'd want to save everything. Because everything's done with objects like, you know, the health of a character, their current hunger, their, you know, movement speed at the moment. I mean, some objects are generative objects. So, like, movement speed is never directly affected. Movement speed is always the product of, you know, leg health and, you know, the terrain you're walking on and all that kind of stuff. So movement speed would never need to be saved, as an example. But, like, health would need to be saved, and, like, leg would need to be saved, and injuries would need to be saved, and all that kind of stuff. And that would need to be done for every character in the simulation, and blah, blah, blah. So as long as saving an object is easy, then we're pretty good. Solve first. Hello, hello. Review supports Avro format. Let's say saving huge game, thousands of objects. I don't know. I mean, that's what I need it to do, you know? Although a lot of the saving will be done continuously. Because what I'm imagining is like we're simulating the whole world. And like we are here. And we've got our initial, you know, in scope stuff, which is objects that have been spawned into actors when they become relevant. And then we've got the surrounding stuff where they're still being simulated along with us. But like at a low, you know, like they're being emulated, I guess. They're not being simulated. But then there's like the town, like our hometown, you know, way back over here. It doesn't need to be loaded all the time, but we'd periodically need to load it from disk into memory, iterate through all of the characters and do their simulation and blah, blah, blah. And then save it and yeet it again. And then when we go back there, it's like, oh yeah. Well, when we go back there, we would load it once we're like near enough, catch up at simulation, and then, you know, load them as actors and whatnot. So we'd basically do it as like Minecraft chunks, right? Or just grid. Just griddies. So that's the gist. In my little like prototype navigator thingo. We're running like all of them at once and whatever. Says like additional threads should be spun up to do that time. That's when you lay the actual word object in memory and they can pull in the state from that time. Yeah, exactly. That's what I was imagining. The other thing is like, yeah, if I can do it on a different thread, we could probably expand the, like, this scope to be like really big and just have them, you know, simulating async. Where's the core? Pris large sim sys. So we just look at this and we go, simulate. Right, so like here's a bunch of just objects. They're just doing debug lines and stuff. But yeah, essentially each one of these colored dudes. Okay, this one's still. So this is where, yeah, I know the bit rates. Actually, you know what? Let me just get rid of the red and blue lines. Ticks, blah blah blah. Draw like, oh, I have to do it in the fucking fella. So we can kill that one and kill that one. All right, it might like this a bit better. Okay, so you can see. We'll just wait until one ticks over. Okay, here. So this flesh-colored one, this is where their actual position is. This is their projected position, like over delta time. So, and then eventually this will be, you know, when it gets updated next. This is just doing a staggered update, not an async update. So, like, eventually, yeah, he's now over here. So the idea would be each character, like we get the average update time, or like our look ahead time, and that character will plan out, you know, stuff ahead of time up until that point. So, you know, if walking to this location takes 2 minutes and the average update time is, you know, 1 minute, it's just going to be navigating for that whole time. And so we can approximate that, you know, if another character moves here, like through this grid space, we can be like, hey, this guy's going to be here and blah, blah, blah. So we can do a bunch of, like if a character is going to cross through a grid space, even though the update time is really sparse, we can still see if they would have crossed paths or not. So like, you know, if a bandit is hunting down traders or something, it's not like, yeah. How are you showing the predicted time of the world if it's async? This is all just game thread, just going through a list of 1,000 fellas, 1 per frame. But this is probably how I do it for the, like, for things that are near the player, that are off screen and like unrendered and whatnot. And yeah, and I might do it on game thread, but then periodically load other regions and do them on a completely different thread, I guess. Or maybe it would just be better to do it all on another thread. Is that what mass was made for? So mass is kind of... I thought about mass, but mass is mainly done for a bunch of things executing the same code. So like if these actually were updating their position each frame, then mass might make sense as like a mass navigation system. But these here, these actual moving ones, are just a debug representation of where the character would be. This is where their actual position is last time they were updated, but we know what their destination is, and we know what the delta since their last update time was. So the reason I don't want to use mass is because all of the characters are, like, they have their own unique items and inventories and, like, what's it called? Like, they're making their own decisions, they've got all their own attributes and all that kind of stuff. So I feel like we wouldn't really get much use out of mass. Has no limited thing that said, I don't think you should use mass. Yeah. I mean, like, yeah, I know it can do more than just mass data processing. But, you know. I think we showed Niagara doing something like 2 million AI at the same time, or last year, I believe. Yeah, but keep in mind that that kind of AI is like shaders, right? Like it's stateless AI. So it's kind of like, it's like what Sov was doing with his Game Jam game, where it's like Vampire Survivors, where like, you know, enemies just move towards the player or avoid the player or something. Where they're all computing the exact same instruction. So all you need to do is send in, you know, their current position and then just run like a mass calculation on, you know, their position, move them towards the player, blah, blah, blah. Whereas mine's a bit more... Like, I'm thinking like tens of thousands of like intelligent AIs that are making full-on decisions and fully simulating, but we just do it asynchronously or staggered or whatever. And that kind of thing. Like, it's fun to brute force it, just have it run without trying to predict, just have it run lower tick rate or something. Well, I mean, that's what this is doing. But I feel like once, like, if we just go on the assumption that we go through one character per tick, the update between, you know, a character getting updated and then getting updated again could be like 5 minutes or something, potentially. And 5 minutes is like a lot of time that, you know, they could cross paths or something. So I do want to do it. We process this guy's intentions for the next few minutes. So, you know, he's going to move to this location. He's going to start cutting down a tree. And we don't have to think about anything ahead of that because we know that he's going to get updated, you know, and reevaluate or whatever. But if a bandit comes along and says, you know, I'm moving this way, this guy was subscribed to this, you know, he's set to move through this grid space. So we can do a, you know, check to see if we would have run into him or been close to him. Therefore, we can say, hey, the bandit is robbing this guy or robs this guy. And that would then cause this guy to run an update for like runaway or something. So he doesn't have to wait until his next update. We can just force an update, a reevaluation of him to then run away from the bandit. If that makes sense. But again, we could do, if we split it into chunks, where we, like, did... So, like, we update a chunk, and we actually do, like, steps forward of, like, 10 seconds or something. Then we could check, like, if we iterated over all of them, with, like, you know, 10-second steps until we got back to where we were, then we could just do, like, a proximity check for something. But I don't know, I feel like just doing it predictive is kind of easier. Like, we just say, right, this AI has 2 minutes until it's going to get updated again. What would it do? Or, like, what are its intentions for the next 2 minutes? Or something. I don't know. There's definitely a way to do it where we don't have to actually update them super often. Yeah, they all chillin'. Yeah, I think the first things I'll work on is the grid system. So just getting things to subscribe and unsubscribe from grid squares, and then the construction and destruction of just like characters. You know, we'll just say there's a character here, and then just spawn in a new character actor, and then despawn them or something. Rather than, and they won't be, like, their details won't be persistent, but the actual, like, saving and loading and their positions will be, well, not saving and loading, but their loading and unloading will be, you know, experimented with. So, like, you know, as we move along, we need to turn the ones that are, you know, maybe 2 grid radius away from us into characters. And then when they move out of it, we turn them back into just objects. They're all just objects, man. All characters are just objects. We're objectifying them. It's all just data, man. Always has been. But yeah, I think this could be cool. I think it could be interesting. It's definitely something like that I've always wanted to dive into. Because, like, you know, you guys know me. My favorite games are like SimCity and RimWorld and Kenshi and Banished and all that kind of stuff. I'm the same, except the games have to be multiplayer PvP. True. Sim Fairy Bread. Hell yeah. that's my ideas. Them's my ideas. It's gonna be a lot of fun. So we'll work on that next time for show. For show. Faux show. Faux shouks. Alright, I'm a bit tired. Is Sov, are you streaming yet? I'm getting real hungry. I'm gonna wrap up. Oh. See you, McCabe. Yeah, have a good one. Have a good one. I'll see you next time when we do something more exciting. Hopefully. Messed up my hand, kind of hard to work. Damn. How'd you do that? Like crushed it in something, or like just from gaming too hard? Slammed in a door. Oh, the nail got ripped off. Shit. God damn. Damn. You know what's the worst? I mean, it's not as bad as having a nail ripped off. Like, so like, sometimes I have, like, long nails to play guitar. And sometimes I'll, like, you know, like, I'm, like, closing a door or something, and I'll slip, and my nail will, like, invert. So, like, instead of curving this way, it curves, it like, it curves up that way. And it fucking hurts so bad. Stop talking. It doesn't hurt as much as losing a fucking nail, though. That's crazy. That's crazy. Damn. Was it your right or your mouse hand or your keys hand? That's so unfortunate, because I sent you the plugin just before. I sent you the interaction plugin. You're not going to be able to doodle with it. Damn, that sucks, man. Middle finger mouse hand. Oh, shit. That's tough, because, like, you need that one. Like, the other ones you can kind of get away with them being sore, because it's just like, you just... But, like, the middle... Damn. That's rough. That's rough as guts. Still works slowly? Yeah. MDJ goes, okay. Put some ice on it, you know. Did you end up getting day before? Oh, you're turned off by that stream that you're watching on stream. I kind of, I don't know. I kind of want to get it just to like, just for the memes, but like I also don't want to give them my money. So yeah, I could do Steam refund. The refund speedrun. Yeah, it looks kind of terrible. I'm pretty sure Steam will have to issue an extended refund on that one, like they did with Cyberpunk. For sure. Not just because like bugs and stuff, but because it's like literally not as advertised. Because it says that it's an MMO, but it's clearly an extraction looter shooter. Well, not just MMO, but it says it's an open world MMO. Which, yeah, it's just false advertising, so... Like, honestly, and I was saying this the other day, if they'd said that from the get-go, then, you know, it would just be a slightly underwhelming looter shooter with zombies. So, like, I don't know. I don't know. I hope everyone learned their lesson. Don't trust anyone, not even yourself. Did you guys see the Game Awards fucking Alan Wake 2 live performance? That was so sick. Have you guys seen Alan Wake 2?
Special surprise for you. Live
This was so fucking hype.
at the Game Awards. Welcome, welcome, welcome.
This was so good.
I am your host, Warlindor, and I present to you the Old Gods of Asgard featuring that best-selling writer Alan Wake. This is Herald of Darkness.
I just love the fucking dance. It's so good. Hold on. I want to learn this. Yeah, these sick moves. It's so good. Amazing. Yeah. So pog. So pog. So, yeah. In at the end, hold on. When they all come on stage. There he is. Motherfucker. Look at his face. Cool thing Alan Wake 2 don't play as... You play as Alan Wake for like half of it. Look at him go. Fucking highlight. So funny though, if you hadn't played the game or knew or like, you know, hadn't watched the game, you just think this is like some fucking goofy ass musical number with like no context, which like it is. Like that's the whole point of it, is that like it is this random goofy ass musical number in the middle of the wait, hold on. Oh, wait to Herald of Darkness gameplay. Here we go. IGN have a full playthrough. So good. There might be a game interested in Alan Wake 2 because yeah. Absolutely.
I knew how this worked now. I could take control, no more surprises.
Yeah, it's fucking crazy, this game.
Together with our house band, the divine Old Gods of Asgard, we have created something
Look at that temporal anti-aliasing.
Herald of Darkness, but I like to call this next segment the story of the journey of Alan.
Alright, go in the TV to get there. It's just like this fucking weird, giga trippy sequence. I thought it was genius. It's very meta.
What the hell?
From what I've gathered, you grew up nice and sheltered with mama's pretty stories and your own made-up fury. And mama gave me a magic clicker. Well, yes, I think it's true and fair to say.
And the way the music loops, like, seamlessly and stuff, very well done. Pretty sure they just had to record, like, 20 minutes of guitar solo to, like, fit in between the sections. What a fucking trip. So good. We're the spooky guys. All the enemy effects in this game were like crazy good. Like all the refraction and the like when they're all the kind of like phasing shadow sort of dudes. Yeah, then there's like the video that plays at the end. So good. Fucking iconic. Iconic. Alright, let me get music going again. Anyway, let's what was that? That was Alan Wake 2, which is a psychological horror thriller action meta narrative game. And that's just like one section of it. It's just like fucking goofy as hell, but like, yeah, so good. So good. What won Game of the Year? Baldur's Gate won Game of the Year, didn't it? Baldur's Gate's overrated, man. It's not even that good, man. Call of Duty should have won. Call of Duty should have won Game of the Year. Who the fuck plays that nerd shit, you know? I play man's game. I play games for men. Ow. Oh, it's why is that? Right. Just cause why not? Why wouldn't you put a musical in the middle of your game, you know? FMBG3 with my life. Wow. That's big. That's big 3. That's big. Big 3. Oh. Tries to recreate shade from Elden Ring. Still new to particles and shaders. I failed. Dang. Trying to think how the shades... I'm pretty sure... I mean, all of the From Software games use very, like, traditional effects and shaders and stuff. Yeah, we'll have a look at it. Give me one sec. I'm just going to get something to eat, and then I'll be back. And maybe we'll just keep chatting. hello, hello. All right, Elden Ring. It's the cemetery shade, isn't it? Yeah. Right, so it's basically just a black texture. These are just like gas cards. So just like squares, but you put like a masked cloud noise, like panning noise in it. So that bit's pretty easy. Yeah, and it's literally just spawning them from its chest and pelvis, I think. Or maybe just from one location. Just like over and over. But then it's got some other ones when it spawns back in. It does like a suck. It does a suck in. They're probably using flipbooks instead of panning noise. So I feel like the little bits are going like outwards and whatnot, but yeah, no, they're flipbooks, but yeah. Otherwise, it's just like a black texture. It's more like the particles themselves are super simple and whatnot. It's just like when to spawn them that makes it cool. Oh, and obviously it goes invisible when it like they mask the material out when it moves or does that dash attack. So that would just be like an animation notify or curve or something that just says change material parameter in that animation. In fact, that would probably do all the particle spawning as well. Yeah, if you really wanted to get fancy with it, you could use like the bone positions to spawn some like ribbons and stuff, which Niagara can do just natively. You can just get the attached mesh, or the mesh that the system's attached to, and you can just get the bones from it, and just spawn at random bone points, which is cool. Very cool. There's not enough particles. Yeah. I mean, it's always spawning a base amount of particles, like the smoke particles. But then it's spawning extra ones when it moves, and when it disappears and when it reappears, it does like a slurp. Like an effect where they spawn out here and they move in. Or it could just be one particle that has like a pan inwards or something. Like just a different material in general. But the actual techniques are like super duper rudimentary. It's just about how they... That's the thing with like From Software games, is that everything they do, like all of their models are like... You know, there's fucking weird UVs going on and like texture stretching and, you know, where it doesn't really matter. But like everything's like old school production-wise, and like the graphical fidelity is like PS3 era graphics. But it's just like the way that they utilize it all. Like, you know, the art direction and the monster and enemy design, not the, you know, the graphical fidelity and whatnot. That's kind of what sets them apart. That's what makes them so good. And yeah, like all of their particles are just like cards, you know? Like they use fog cards and like smoke cards. Like there's no volumetrics and nothing like that. It's all just old school. I've been addicted to this YouTube channel, right? It's called Sound Asleep ASMR. It's not like actual ASMR. But he just makes all these different noise profiles and gives them like fucking goofy ass names. But they're just so good. Like where's smooth caramel noise? Oh. Toasted marshmallow noise. That one's got a bit of hiss in it, you know? So good. So much noise, man. Yeah. How to use them really well. Yeah, exactly. Usually could save a lot of space by making a loop option. That's true. That's true. So as it could be 20 seconds. Yeah, I guess. Well, it is audio only. It wouldn't be keyframing. Like the compression would deal with the video. I need to look up, I need like some videos about I wonder if there's any like videos or like documentation on like Kenshi and RimWorld or like Dwarf Fortresses structure and whatnot. How does Dwarf Fortress work? Couldn't find anything useful. Yeah. Stack Overflow blog. How Dwarf Fortress is built. 700,000 lines of code, 20 years, and 1 developer. How Dwarf Fortress is built. But it's not going to be like, you know. What's the biggest refactor slash change that you had to make? Sorry, I'm going to flashbang everyone. There have been some refactors that last for months, redoing certain data structures and so forth. I'm not sure if anything is ever a refactor strictly here, since there's always opportunities to push mechanics forward simultaneously. Makes sense to do so when the code knowledge is fresh. According to the Z-coordinate, adding the Z-coordinate to the game mechanically, to make the game mechanically 3D while still being text was another one. And really the most mind-numbing thing I've ever done, just weeks and weeks and weeks of taking logic and function calls that relied on X and Y and seeing how Z fits in there. Making the item system polymorphic was also a mistake. That was a big one. Why was that a mistake? When you declare a class that's a kind of item, it locks you to that structure much more tightly than if you just have member elements. It's nice to be able to use virtual functions and that kind of thing. The trade-offs are just too much. I started using a tool item in the hierarchy, which started to get various functionality and can now support anything from a step ladder to a beehive to a mortar and pestle separately. Haha. That's something I'd fucking do. And just feels more flexible, and I wish every crafted item in the game were under that umbrella. Do a lot of procedural generation. I wanted to say generate an item that acts partially like one thing and partially like another. Just way harder to do when you're locked down to class hierarchy. Adding things like diamond dependencies and all that end up tying you in knots when there are cleaner ways to do it. If different components can just be turned on and off, it's easier and lets you more. So this is actually kind of like the way that I started doing items, right? Like I've still got the item. I've still got some polymorphism, but that's only for adding items to, like, you know, like they have they have an inventory size and an icon, and that's the only things that really derive from the one class, but then all of the functionality is done in its attributes and whatnot. Which is cool. I'm glad that I did that now, because this guy said it was smart. Yeah, I can link it here. Tanva, can the Twitch chat even see us hello from the YouTube side? Yeah, they can, they can. You guys are right next to each other. What are you talking about? Dwarf Fortress is some combination of C and C++. There you go. It's been a sort of mess that's accreted over time. True. Yeah, I can imagine a fucking 20-year-old project would have that happen to it. Seen other games similar to Dwarf Fortress die on their pathfinding algorithms. What do you use and how do you keep it efficient? The base algorithm is only part of it. We use A*, which is fast, of course, but it's not good enough by itself. We kind of take advantage of some of the innovations on that. Example, jump point. Since our map changes so much, generally people who use approaches that add various larger structures on top of the map to cut corners. Because of the changing map, these just take too long to maintain or otherwise a hassle, so our approach has always been to keep track of connected components reachable by walking. Yeah, so like a node-based thing. Connected components reachable by walking. Yeah. So you could just say, like... You could just say... Do a check between this town and that other town. And that just becomes a path that anyone going from that town to that town can approximate. Pretty easy update, even when the map changes quickly, though it does involve some flood filling. For instance, if water cuts the fortress in half, it needs to flood out from one side and update a whole half of the fortress to a new index, but once that's done, it's good generally. Then that allows us to cut almost all failed A* calls from the game. Our agents just need to query component numbers, and if the component numbers are the same, they will know the call will succeed. Right. So basically, if they're walking from one station to another station, then that pathing gets stored. But then if it fails... I don't know, it sounds like fucking black magic to me. I don't know, you seem like a lot of things all at once. How do you manage so many actors asynchronously? Here we go. So about asynchronous as in multi-threading, then no, we don't do that. Aside from the graphical display itself, there's a lot of Promise you, even with microthreading, which the community's helped me out with, but I haven't had time to dive into. Don't have experience as bug-prone thing. Well, there you go. They don't async. So they probably stagger. Part about not doing multi-threading scares me. Well, I mean, a lot of simulation games don't use multi-threading for their like actor updating. Just because it can run into issues and stuff, I guess. Because I'm pretty sure RimWorld doesn't do multi-threading. Like, it might do multi-threading for, like, you know, rendering or something, or like for, I don't know, calculating water, blah, blah, blah. But, like, anything crucial to the simulation just gets done on GameThread. It's kind of weird. The drunken cat bug, true. Oh, is that that's the whole interview. Oh, and he didn't say how do you keep track of the fucking the things. He just says they don't do it async. I wish the interviewer hadn't. How do you manage so many actors asynchronously? Goddamn. I'm using async for simple computer. Yeah. Use it for consistent physics thread in Unreal in a networked environment for rollback purposes. True. Well, I know that Unreal uses, like, does animation in a separate thread, because like animation is only ever reading from things. Kind of. Until it isn't. But, like, you know. You kept the Twitch chat only for subscribers. I ain't that rich, bruv. What do you mean kept the Twitch chat only for subscribers? What? Did I, like, press a button or something? What do you mean? It's not subscriber only. It's not even follower only. What are you talking about? What's this dude talking about? So confused. Oh, Jesus, that scared the shit out of me. Sov, thanks for the Giga subscribe. The Prime Real Estate. Thank you. Very appreciated. Wait, what am I wanted to look up more Dwarf Fortress shit. How does Dwarf Fortress track so many things? Game development stack has changed. How does Dwarf Fortress keep track of so many entities without losing performance? Here we go. In Dwarf Fortress, you can have hundreds of dwarfs, animals, goblins, etc. in the game at any one time, each with their own complex AI and pathfinding routes. Question is, how does it not produce notable slowdown? Does each dwarf run in its own thread? Nice. Any system which has a thread for each so many characters will run out of resources very quickly. Yeah. Simple answer is to be efficient about processing each entity in the game. Don't process every entity each frame. Tick bad. Split processing into stuff that needs doing often, stuff that does not need doing often. Spread long-running algorithms across multiple frames so they don't block processing in other systems. Ensure that efficient algorithms and data structures used. Cache the results of expensive calculations if they're likely to be used again. Yeah, that's probably a good one. Like pathing. Or like aggregate attributes. Is that the right... What does aggregate mean? You know when you just, like, say words because you think they're the right word? Yeah, I was fucking bang on. Aggregate. A whole formed by combining several separate elements. So that's like my aggregate attributes. Fuck, I feel smart. Like, you know, movement speed doesn't need to be calculated every... Like, movement speed is, like, combined of a bunch of different things and blah, blah, blah. Pre-baked node network. When the map is created, the world can be broken into chunks. Each chunk can have its exits and entrances mapped. When a chunk is updated, such as a wall is built, only that chunk's network needs to be updated. Yeah, that's kind of smart. It's kind of smart. I would never use words I don't understand just to sound more photosynthesis. That's funny. That's good, that's good. Sage Pathfinder. Running a path over the whole map, cell for cell, would take a lot of time. Instead, you would pathfind over the larger chunk network, which maps all the connection between chunks, then only run an intra-chunk path when moving from chunk to chunk. Okay. Yeah. Calculate direction path, partway along the path when a chunk updates. It would repath across the large net. Oh, right. So, like, they're saying, there's a chunk here, a chunk here, a chunk here. A chunk there. Then they're saying to get to here, we would need to go through these chunks. But it's only gonna do this chunk to this chunk first. Then it's going to calculate this chunk to that chunk separately. Because then if it gets to this chunk and, like, water has spilled across here, then when it gets to this chunk, it will then process this pathing. Rather than calculating the entire path all in one go, and then this happens... So it has to recalculate the entire path again. Kind of cool. We're not moving to a goal. The unit only needs to walk aimlessly. Many rogue-likes just move unit in a random direction, which feels unnatural. Various steering techniques can be used. Simple ones favoring to move in a straight line, having less and less chance to move in the directions radiating to the back, which would have only about 1% chance. So the unit would sometimes reverse direction entirely, but only rarely. That makes sense, yeah. So rather than doing this, where they pick a random direction each time, it's more like this kind of wandering. Makes sense, makes sense. So they end up actually wandering, not just, like, doing this kind of thing. So it's basically choose location in cone instead of choose location in radius. Kind of cool. One of the major things that makes Dwarf Fortress units pop and feel alive is their personal goal list. In truth, many roguelike games have this amazing level. Essentially, each unit has a list of desires, and for your dwarfs... tasks they might pick up that you're asking to be done, they will pick up from their they will pick from them based on their personality stats. Yeah. Sometimes they have requirements. Making the leather skirt requires the dwarf to be in such and such a shop that has X items, so those are all checked, added as tasks to their list. Simple as that. About the time a unit will be in transit. The checks for what units are doing can be very fast. Only a few units will be making a choice at any given time. Exactly, exactly. So overall, there's no slowdown even for hundreds or thousands of units. Remember, in Dwarf Fortress, everything from bees to troglodytes to trees are units. Trees are units. Trees as objects. He's doing a terrible job of pathfinding in general. He isn't breaking the map in chunks. He's breaking the map into segments or areas that are connected. Blah, blah, blah. Cool. I probably don't need to worry about pathfinding that much. I think I'll just do like pre-computed nodes. True. Imperfection saves performance. Boy, hop down from there, please. Yeah, I'll definitely need to do some digging. There's probably some, like, videos on, like, a deep dive into blah, 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 you know. Tanva, your work looks better than Red Dead Redemption 2. Not gonna lie, ironically. Even though you are a solo dev, you got the passion to do it. Thank you. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. I need to... I own Red Dead. I need to play it again. Because, I mean, I've said this like 100 times, but I only got like 8 hours into it. But like, I loved it, but I just didn't have time to play it at the time. Boy. Hop off, please. Thank you. Thank you. I have like a light that just sits on my computer that's just for poking cats to get them off the computer. But yeah, I do appreciate all of the little details in Red Dead. And that, like, there's some people that are, like, anti-detail, you know? Like, I don't know, sometimes I get some people in here that are like, you know, you don't, like, have to do this. And like, oh, you know, like, players don't actually care if XYZ, XYZ. And I'm like, fuck you, man. Fuck off. Go make your own game. For real, for real? I don't know, I feel like it's the details that make a game, you know? It's the details that make the memories about the game. That move a game from being, like, you know, you can play it for ages versus you remember it for the rest of your life, you know? Like, I don't know, like Minecraft, for example. Like, randomly coming across a pig that was on fire because, you know, there was, like, exposed lava or something, and, like, there was a pig on fire, and then the pig dies, and it drops cooked pork instead of raw pork, because it died from fire. Like, I fucking remember the first time that happened to me in Minecraft, when it was, like, you know, still in fucking alpha or beta or whatever. I think it was, like, first when the hunger mechanics got added. And like that little detail, like that didn't have to be in there, you know, that a burnt pig would drop cooked meat instead of raw meat. Boy, stop doing that. No. You're being naughty. Spent hours just hunting the correct type of squirrel, only to find out that 22 obliterates. I need to use small game arrows. True. Based? There we go. Look at those normal, look at that normal map. Boy, hop down, please. Or I'll put you outside. And you can fend for yourself. Weather in England's so bad you have to use an umbrella inside? Well, I don't know about England, but in Australia, where I live, it actually has been raining really heavy. But it's gonna be 34 degrees tomorrow. 34 Celsius. But it's been like pouring rain the past few days. Like, that's just how Australia is. It's very unpredictable. It's very chaotic weather. There'll probably be fires tomorrow as well. You know how it is. Who's ready to watch some Sovereign Dev? Well, this is an ad. I'll watch the ad before the Sov Dev stream. Fire? Yeah, we get fires all the time. Out here in the bush. In the bush. Oh!
Issue. I mean, they
Hold on. No, go back. Ah, oh, fuck it. I wanted to... Wait, where was that? Fantastic statement. Hold on, hold on. No, just let... I don't want to fucking look it up on... Today we announced the closure of Fantastic Studio. Unfortunately, the day before has failed financially and we lack the funds to continue. All income received is being used to pay off debts to our partners. We invested all our efforts, resources, and man-hours in development the day before, which was our first huge game. We really wanted to release new patches to reveal the full potential of the game, but unfortunately we don't have the funding to continue the work. Yeah, sure. It's important to note we didn't take any money from the public release, from the public during the development of the day before. There were no pre-orders, crowdfunding payment. That's true. That is true. That is to their merit. There was no Kickstarter or anything. Worked tirelessly for 5 years, pouring our blood, sweat, and tears into the game. At the moment, the future of the day before and prop night is unknown, but the servers will remain operational. Apologize, we didn't meet your expectations. We did everything within our power, but unfortunately, we miscalculated our capabilities. Creating games is an incredibly challenging endeavor. I agree. Hero to everyone who supported us during these difficult years. It's been a fantastic journey over the past 8 years. Damn, rest in peace. Rest in peace. But yeah, it kind of sounds like they're just running with all of the money and not doing any patches or anything. Oh, no. I thought that was the official Call of Duty Warzone Twitter account. But no, it's Warzone News that says you should refund everyone for this. Yeah. I don't know. They need to do extended refunds. Everything they had was assets, nothing written. Yeah, I know. Like all of the, even the code all seems like it's from assets, and, you know, the, that city sample pack was like literally just the default level from that pack, you know. All right, what's Sov? Oh yeah, Sov's doing the plugin. I sent him the plugin. He's probably gonna be dicking with it, and he probably needs me to give him a hand. So we're all gonna raid Mr. Sovereign Dev. If you're a YouTube watcher, feel free to come to Twitch, you know, and join us in watching Sov. Or check out his YouTube channel if you haven't already. Sovereign Dev. Sovereign Dev. There we go. We're gonna raid. So, thank you everyone for hanging out. I had a great time. I hope you all enjoyed watching me film videos, and we will be working on more large-scale, Prismatica large-scale simulation system next time. Probably. I mean, we're still, like, doodling with it, but you know how it goes. Anyway, see you all next time, and with that, we say goodbye. Goodbye.
In the basement for, I'd turn the heater